folks here today, and it may go into tomorrow, there will be some photos perhaps of the victim, whether it's autopsy or coming out from where she was found. The court again recognizes the media's importance of being in court. It's one of the things that makes us different than non-democratic societies. I'm glad that you're here. You need to abide by the court's rulings when needed. There is one today. You cannot put live stream on the camera that's going elsewhere any of the graphic photos of the victim. Okay? The family has a right to have this proceeding done with as much dignity as possible, and the court feels that that is something that's a reasonable request. You can focus in on the witness's face only. If you can't do that, you can do audio, but you need to make every effort to ensure that no graphic photos of the victim are broadcast. Everybody understand?
Yes, sir.
Understand, everyone?
Yes, we had already decided we were not going to cover those.
Okay. Thank you very much. The family appreciate that too. And I appreciate General Moyle coming up with that work plan. All right, Mr. Chen is in the courtroom. Any matters to discuss before we resume the jury trial? Either side.
No, Your Honor.
Right, grand jury. Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Anybody work out yesterday? Nobody? Okay. Too exhausted? Sometimes when you're exhausted, it's a great time to work out. I hope everyone slept well. First thing I have to ask, is everyone able to abide by the court's admonition not to discuss the case, not be exposed to any type of media, records, everyone not in their head? Records reflect everyone's not in their head. Before we presume there's one matter we need to bring up with you. Yesterday you heard testimony from one of the witnesses about the defendant, is about the asparagus, taking produce from one of the stores, and while he typed, excuse me, to that backwards, he said he was purchasing asparagus, but he did not purchase any asparagus. That's technically a crime, shoplifting. It was only admitted because it was relevant to this case. In fact, that parties agreed that he was buying cleaning supplies at that time. And keying in asparagus instead of some of the things that he was actually purchasing is the reason that it was admitted. That's really important. One of the aspects of a fair jury trial is that other crimes don't get admitted unless it's relevant some way. And the legal term for that is propensity. Just because a person commits one crime does not mean that they have a greater propensity to commit the crime they're on trial for. So I say that to say this, the only thing that you can consider the defendant's purchases from Walgreens and Walmart for in the fact that one item was keyed in when that was not actually taken is for the non-propensity reason that goes to him buying cleaning supplies to clean up after this act. Okay? parties wish to address this matter further?
No,
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 no.
no.
All right, John, our next witness.
Michelle Johnson, Your Honor.
Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. Would you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Michelle Johnson, Johnsson.
What's your profession? What do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene investigator for the Chattanooga Police Department?
Approximately 7.5 years.
Did you have any experience in law enforcement prior to becoming a crime scene investigator?
I also worked 16 years in corrections.
Have you received any kind of specialized training that assists you in the performance of your duties as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, I have.
What is that?
As a crime scene investigator, we go through 6 months of on-the-job training with a senior crime scene investigator, hundreds of hours of specialized training, including 400 hours for attending and graduating from the National Forensic Academy. It's a 10-week intense training for crime scene investigators.
Day to day, what does a crime scene investigator do for the police department?
We respond to normally major case crimes and process the scenes.
I'd like to take you back, if I could, to November the 22nd of 2022. Do you recall the events that took place on that day?
Yes,
Were you working as a crime scene investigator on the 27th of November?
yes,
On that day, did you have an opportunity to assist with a, collection of evidence?
correct.
Do you recall what location you first went to on the 27th?
I was notified around 10 p.m. by Detective Crawford, and he requested that I respond to 5977 Old Dayton Pike.
And do you know the significance of that location?
He had informed me that he was working a missing person case, and he asked me to respond to this location where the missing person, or Jasmine Pace's mother was, and collect items of evidence that had been taken from Jason Chen's apartment.
Do you recall specifically what items you collected?
I collected electronic devices. I believe there's some clothing, some notebooks, Jasmine Pace's ID, along with several credit cards belonging to her.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 12. Are you familiar with this photograph?
Yes, that's the photograph I took. That's the in the manner in which I received the items.
And when you say the items, are those the items that you just described to the jury, the clothing, the notebooks, the electronic devices?
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing you what has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 11. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yes, there's 4 cell phones, a Polaroid camera, and a tablet or laptop.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit number 139. Could you take a moment to familiarize yourself with this?
Okay.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, it's the identification for Jasmine Pace and her cards.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes,
Was it taken at the Pace residence or another location?
it's hard to tell. I may have taken it when I got back to the office just to take more detailed photographs.
Is it common practice to collect evidence at a location and then further photograph it once you take it back to the police department?
Correct, yes.
Specifically, ma'am, why would you want to do that?
It's just a more controlled environment, and we can lay things out and have better lighting also.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the IDs that you collected from the Jasmine's residence?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 10. Do you see the items in the lower left-hand corner of Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Are those the same documents and IDs that we see in Exhibit 139?
Yes, that's correct.
Here are at this time, I would move to admit into evidence Exhibit 139, the photographs of IDs and credit cards.
139.
That holds for the hearing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm now going to show you. Can I have the document?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to compare the names on the various credit cards and the driver's license?
Yes.
Are they all for the same person, Ms. Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I believe they were.
And specifically, what is Truist and SunTrust?
Those are banking institutions.
Same with Capital One?
I believe they have banking and credit card services.
Thank you, ma'am. Back to DVD. In addition to the items that you collected from Ms. Katrina Pace in the box that we saw previously, did you do anything else?
I also documented with digital photography the residence where Jasmine Pace was residing.
Specifically, could you describe the location that Ms. Jasmine Pace was residing?
It was just below her mother's house. It was I guess a pool house. Just an open room and a bathroom.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 17 to this trial. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what does it depict?
It's the shower inside the bathroom.
Ma'am, is that location located inside what we see here in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's correct.
After you collected these items, the photograph, the items shown in the photographs, including the electronic devices, Jasmine Pace's credit cards, her driver's license, what did you do with those items?
I secured them inside my crime scene vehicle.
And after you secure them in your crime scene vehicle, what do you do with them then? What's the next step?
Normally, if I go back to the crime scene office, I would package and seal them and secure them possibly in the evidence vault and eventually turn them into our property and evidence division.
You mentioned the evidence vault. Is that different than the property and evidence division?
Correct. It's a secured vault we have inside the crime scene office where we keep evidence that we are still packaging or processing.
How do you prepare a document for submission to a particular, to the property?
First thing we do is an evidence report for all the items we collect. Then we have to complete a property sheet. We also have to complete labels to identify the evidence inside the bags, and we place those labels on the outside of the bags.
What type of bags do you use?
Brown paper bags or cardboard boxes sometimes.
Why would you use one over the other?
Just for size. If something's really large, we may have to use a box.
And does all of the packaging, the preparation of the property report, so on and so forth?
The investigator who normally collects the the evidence. I would have packaged the stuff.
Specifically in this case, those items you collected from Ms. Katrina Pace at her residence on Old Dayton Pike, did you go through that process?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, the items that you collected from the Pace residence, are they assigned a number before they're submitted to the property room?
Correct. Once they're added to our evidence report, they are assigned a number.
Specifically, the items that you collected, the notebooks, Your Honor, for the record, I'm now showing Exhibit 10. The credit cards, the keys, the clothing. What numbers did you assign for this collection of evidence?
Without looking at the evidence report, I believe they started with 74. I'm not sure though.
Why would you start at 74? Was this the first place that you went?
It was the first place I went.
So if it's the first place you went, why did you start with 74?
When we respond to a crime scene, we have a primary crime scene and then we have secondary locations. The primary crime scene is going to take precedence over a secondary location, which in this case, going to Jasmine Pace's residence was a secondary location. And once we go to a primary location, we use evidence markers, which are numbered markers, placards, yellow placards, and we begin marking our evidence with number 1. And so when we use evidence markers on the primary scene, that number has to correspond with our evidence report and with the item number on the property sheet. So in other words, the items we mark with evidence markers will be listed first.
Okay. So the bottom line is, if you started at 74, that would be indicative of going to another location.
Okay.
Did you in fact go to another location?
Yes, I did.
What other location did you go to?
Detective Crawford requested that I respond to 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210.
When did you go to that location at Crawford's request?
I arrived there right around midnight.
What time did you arrive at the Dayton Pike location?
Not for certain. I think it was probably around 10:30.
During between the time that you arrived at 10:30 and then when you got to Tremont Street very late in the evening, what were you doing? What were your activities?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What were you doing in between when you arrived at Dayton Pike and when you eventually arrived at Tremont Street?
I was taking photos of Dayton Pike and I'm collecting those items that Detective Crawford had requested that I collect.
Thank you. When you arrive at a crime scene such as 110 Tremont Street to conduct a search, is that typically incident to a search warrant?
Correct.
When you arrived at 110 Tremont Street, was there already a search warrant there?
I believe Detective Crawford had notified me via phone that he had signed the search warrant. I'm not for sure if it was physically there yet or not.
Okay. So after the warrant is obtained, is that when the search begins?
Yes.
Specifically, ma'am, do you recall the location that you searched at 110 Tremont Street?
As far as the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, apartment 210.
Could you describe to the jury what apartment 210 looked like?
There's a small apartment, kind of a shotgun style, where pretty much one way in, one way out. Entered into the living room area. Then there was a kitchen, a laundry area, and then a bathroom, and then the bedroom.
Now, would you walk the jury through the process that you as a crime scene investigator go through to search a location such as the one that you just described?
The first thing we would do is an initial walkthrough, and during the initial walkthrough, we'll look for any evidence in plain sight. During this time, we don't disturb anything. And we also formulate a plan of action as far as processing the scene, and just get an idea of the layout of the crime scene that we will be processing.
Would you describe the initial walkthrough as an actual search for evidence?
Anytime we walk through a crime scene, we are continuously searching, but during the initial walkthrough, we don't move anything or search inside of anything. We don't disturb anything during the initial walkthrough, but we do search.
As you begin to process the scene, do crime scene investigators produce any kind of documentation that helps them remember where items are collected?
Yes, we take written notes, and we also do a scene sketch marking the location of where items are recovered from.
What was your specific role at 110 Tremont Street?
My role was to document the scene with digital photographs and collect the items of evidence.
Who was the lead crime scene investigator at that location?
I was.
Ma'am, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 140. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 140?
This is a diagram that investigator Sarah Brown created based on her sketches of the crime scene.
As the lead crime scene investigator, were you aware that she was producing that sketch?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that sketch?
Yes.
Is it to scale?
No.
Okay. Does it fairly show the general location and proximity to various other items that were collected from 110 Tremont Street?
Yes.
Does it assist you as a crime scene investigator in explaining where in the apartment things were located? Jim?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to make this the next exhibit.
Exhibit 140.
All right. I'll publish the jury judge.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you see the television? Barely?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's not the clearest. You know how to use cell phones, etc. You can pinch
Okay.
and make bigger, okay? Can you see this clearly? Would you like me to make it a little brighter for you?
Yes.
Could you please orient the jury what we're looking at specifically in Exhibit 140 that they can see on the television?
Okay, at the bottom of the page is the entrance to the apartment.
And how do you denote that on the sketch?
So there's a door opening right here.
Okay, when you say right here, what does it look like? Is it,
Kind of like a triangle shape along the bottom.
okay. Would you agree, ma'am, that it's the vertical line with the arc
Yes.
heading towards the left of the screen?
Yes,
Okay. And that leads into the living room?
correct.
Okay. Moving now back towards the top portion of Exhibit 141, where are we getting into now?
Once you go through the living room, there's a peninsula for the kitchen that contains the kitchen sink. And then to the right, there's a washer and dryer closet.
Okay. And behind that, or I guess further into the apartment?
That's when you enter into the bathroom. To the right is the shower, and to the left was the toilet and the sink.
And finally, towards the very top.
That is the bedroom.
Thank you. Did you document your initial walkthrough of the residence that we see in the crime scene sketch on the screen?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 9. Who took this photograph?
I did.
And what does it generally depict?
It just shows the entrance of the apartment.
During your initial walkthrough, specifically immediately after this photograph was taken, did you have an opportunity to examine the door frame?
Yes, that's one thing we routinely do is check to see if there's any signs of forced entry.
I'm showing the jury Exhibit 36, ma'am. What types of things would you look for signs of forced entry on the door frame?
We would look for scratches or damage to the framing of the door.
Would you agree, ma'am, that there's some scratching on this door frame?
Yes.
Did you find signs of forced entry on this door?
Yes, and it's also hard to determine when those would have occurred.
Sure. Were there large dents or gouges into the door frame?
No, not that I recall, no.
Going to the actual locking mechanism of the door, Exhibit 37, did you see signs of damage to the door indicative of forced entry?
No.
Is there a method or a process that you as a crime scene investigator go through to document and process a scene?
Yes.
How do you do that?
As far as documenting with digital photographs, we'll take overall photographs of the scene, and then we'll take closer up photographs of the scene, and if items of evidence are discovered, then we'll take close-up photographs.
Do you work your way through the residence in any particular manner?
Normally we have a pattern that we'll follow. Different investigators use different patterns. In this case, it being such a small area, there was pretty much just one way to navigate through the apartment.
Okay. Do you recall what pattern or method you used to walk through the apartment?
Just started at the entrance, and like I said, it was pretty much like a shotgun apartment, and walked to the back. And from there, we were able to see, all areas of the apartment.
What items were you looking for? What kind of evidence were you looking to collect?
At the time, it was a missing person case. We were looking for any items of evidence that really didn't belong in the apartment, anything out of place, or anything that could have indicated that there could have been a crime committed there.
During your initial walkthrough, did anything catch your eye?
The first thing I noticed was the coffee table. It seemed a little out of alignment with the couch.
I'm showing Exhibit 38. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Yes, I think normally people have the coffee table pretty much centered with the couch, parallel, and it was just off angle.
What else?
Then we walked behind the couch, and I observed what I believe to be suspected blood on the floor.
Ma'am, I'm showing you Exhibit 43. And is this the location that you're describing behind the couch?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also now showing you Exhibit 80. Do you see any of the suspected blood in this photograph?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, could you point it out? There's a laser pointer right there for you.
I believe there's some up in this area right here.
Okay. I'm now showing you Exhibit 81 and now Exhibit 82.
Yes, this area right here.
What surfaces was the blood on that you observed?
It was on the floor. It was also on some of the walls. The bathroom tile, bathroom light switch. I believe there was at least 2 areas in the bedroom. The suspected blood.
Ma'am, I'm now showing you Exhibit 59. Can you point out the suspected blood in this photograph?
Right here in the sprout line, as well as in this carpet area right here.
Ma'am, I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 67. Do you see any suspected blood in this photograph?
It was this area right here that caught my attention.
Exhibit 68, was that a close-up of the preceding photograph?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And in what rooms was the suspected blood located?
Living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, all the rooms.
Every room?
Yes.
Excuse me, Judge. Not to be rude.
Ma'am, I'm handing you this pre-marked right now. It's item 141. You recognize this?
Yes, it's a carpet sample that was cut from the bedroom floor.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Did you collect that item?
Yes,
Where did you collect it from?
Jason Chen's bedroom.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit into evidence item 141. I'd like to take the, can I have the document projector, Your Honor? Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, now placing on the document projector what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 141. You described earlier a paper bag, and we can all see the paper bag. What's the significance of the red item that's stapled to the top of this red bag?
That is a property tag. Property and Evidence Department would apply that to the bag.
Okay. What is the significance of item number that we see here?
It just corresponds with the item number that's on the bag.
And does that correspond with the item number as it's introduced into property?
Yes.
Okay. When you see a description here, what's that?
It's just a brief description of what is in the bag.
So that you know what's inside the brown paper bag?
Yes.
Now we see some white tape. What does that tell the jury?
The package was sealed.
Does it mean that it potentially was opened at some point for examination?
It could have been, but they would have had to cut the seal and then reseal it.
And we see a kind of a scribble there with a Sharpie towards the center. What's that?
That's my initials.
Does that mean that, what does that mean?
That
Placing your
means that-
initials on the seal and the bag itself?
That means that I sealed that bag.
After it was opened at some point?
Yes.
What's the significance of the white label?
That is a crime scene investigator evidence label. We apply it to all items of evidence to give a brief description of what the item is, where the item was collected, and when it was collected.
Who prepares that white label?
The crime scene investigator would.
So in this case, it says Investigator M. Johnson. That means you prepared this label.
More than likely. Sometimes when we get back to the office, other people will assist in typing up your labels.
The location of recovery, okay? If the jury were to want to, there's a lot of evidence already in evidence in this case. If they were wanting to examine a particular item of evidence and place it within a particular location, can they learn anything by looking at the location of recovery?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. So the jury has received a lot of items of evidence, okay, which they'll be allowed to take back with them to review.
Okay.
If they were wanting to look for a particular item of evidence that was found in a particular location, could they do that by looking at the recovery location?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, it says bathroom, bedroom, transition, southeast of shower. What does that mean?
That was the location given to it by me and on the evidence report. And then we will transfer that information to the evidence label.
Okay. And ma'am, you indicated that item inventory number 6 is on this label. It's also on the red card that was stapled to the other side. Could you show the jury where on the crime scene sketch that would be located?
Yes, it's right there in the doorway between the bathroom and the bedroom.
Okay, now going into our television here, where would that be?
At the upper part right there. Will this laser reach up there?
It doesn't really reflect.
No.
It reflects, so. Would it be right there where it says number 6?
Correct.
Okay. So for all the items that were collected from Jason Chen's apartment, if they wanted to find something from a particular spot, they could start by looking at the crime scene diagram,
Correct.
identifying the item number,
Yes.
and then comparing that number 6 with the number 6 that we see right there.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as item 142. You recognize this item?
Yes.
What is that item, ma'am?
It is a carpet sample with suspected blood taken from Jason Chen's bedroom.
And specifically, what item number is that?
Item number 9.
We have PD, please. So using the crime scene sketch, where is item 9?
It'll be above and to the right of number 6.
So above to the right?
Yes.
Okay, so right here next to the rectangle.
Correct.
Draw your attention now to Exhibit 68. Is there any correlation between inventory item 9, what's been marked for identification 142, and the bloody spot that you identified in Exhibit 68?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there any correlation between this physical item and what we see on the screen in
Yes.
Exhibit 68?
It's that area right there where the suspected blood was.
Did you remove that area of carpet?
Yes, it was cut out.
Is what you've identified as 142 the area of carpet that you removed from that location in Exhibit 68?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit item 142 into evidence.
So admitted.
And I'm handing you now this has been marked for identification as item 143. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is item 143 now?
It's a blue and red plaid shirt,
Where was that?
button down.
Where was that item recovered from?
Bedroom closet.
All right, I move to admit item 143.
So admitted.
All right, ma'am.
As part of your initial walkthrough, there's a ton of photographs taken. You take another set of photographs?
We also take photographs throughout the processing of the scene, and we also take photographs just prior to exiting the scene.
So there are multiple sets of photographs taken.
Yes.
When we say processing the scene, does that mean,
Searching.
okay, do you do anything else during the processing?
We'll test areas of suspected blood. We may use other processes like Blue Star to identify areas that are not visible to the naked eye.
And I'm handing you what's going to be marked as Exhibit 144, a collective exhibit, specifically pages 1 to 9. You take a moment and familiarize yourself with those.
Okay.
Ma'am, what do those photographs generally depict?
These are photographs of the apartment once the evidence markers were laid down.
And specifically which room?
Living room, kitchen area,
So the front portion of the apartment.
yes,
So we're now focusing on the area that's shown on the screen on the television right now.
yes,
Are these photographs that you took when you conducted the search warrant?
yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence Exhibit 144, collective 1 to 9.
So admitted.
Thank you. Now published to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with item 1 then. On the crime scene diagram, here we go. Item 1 is indicated with a circle and an arrow. What does that mean?
That's the location it was located, and the arrow probably indicates it was under the couch.
Okay. Can we see Exhibit 1 in this photograph?
Yes.
I'm now showing second page of the collected exhibit. What are we looking at here now?
It says item number 1, scrub brush.
And why would that be important, or a potential item of evidence that you would deem worthy of marking with an evidence marker?
After seeing the suspected blood throughout the apartment, it was probably believed that there was a strong possibility that there was some cleaning up done based on the amount of cleaning materials and other items that were there.
Now showing you third page of the collected exhibit. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is suspected blood right here, it's item number 2.
Zoom in so the jury can see that. Would you mind pointing it out to the jurors? And where is this adjacent to? Where is this in the crime scene?
It's behind the couch.
Okay, we're now looking at a close-up of that second evidence marker.
Yes.
Fifth page, what are we looking at here?
It's an overall photograph from item 4 to item 6. And with item 3, it's under the kitchen sink.
Okay, so under the kitchen sink is item number 3. What is item number 3?
There's a box of hefty trash bags, drawstring, I believe 33 gallon.
Are those what we would describe as kitchen-sized garbage bags, ma'am?
Not really, no. The kitchen does not appear to be 33 gallons.
So it's smaller, so it's a mismatch?
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 145. What is this?
A box of black trash bags.
Is that the box of white trash bags that we see collected from item marker 3 on the screen?
Yes, the hefty trash bags, yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence Exhibit 145.
So admitted.
Ma'am, what color were the pull tabs for these garbage bags?
Blue.
Can you point that out to the jury?
Yeah, that's the pull tab right there, and it's also indicated on the outside of the box.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you the 8th page of the collected exhibit. What is located at item 4?
It's another suspected blood stain.
Zooming in, exhibit, the 9th page of the collected exhibit. You point that out to the jury?
Yes, this area up here.
Now, did you like a piece of carpet that was admitted into evidence as Exhibit 143?
No.
You didn't pull up the floorboards?
No.
How do you process a stain like that on a surface?
We would collect what we call a suspected blood swab.
How does one collect a suspected blood swab?
Using a sterile cotton swab. We add distilled water to one of them. One is wet, one is dry. Then we will swipe over the suspected area, and then we'll place that in a sterile cardboard box and then we'll place that inside a brown paper bag.
Is that the process that you learned through your training?
Yes,
Is that the process that you've used throughout your career as a crime scene investigator?
yes.
Handing you what's been marked for identification is number 146, specifically 1 to 8. Would you mind familiarizing yourself with those?
Okay.
What do they show, ma'am?
These are photos I took, overall photos of items of evidence in the bathroom.
Okay, so using the crime scene diagram, we'll be talking about this general area here.
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed with your own eyes when you conducted the search warrant?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence collective exhibit 146.
So admitted.
Thank you.
Ma'am, could you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
Again, it's an overall photo of items marked for evidence in the bathroom. Item 5, I believe was a blood swab. 6 was a cutout of the carpet with blood. 7 was some boxer briefs, underwear.
Specifically, item 5, did you collect a sample of the reddish substance that we see immediately to the right and below Exhibit 5,
Correct?
using the process with that sterile swab that you described earlier?
Yes.
Now, what about item 6 that we see in the third page of the collected exhibit? How did you process that particular item of evidence?
Actually cut out the section of carpet and looked underneath and ensured that the blood had saturated through the carpet and the padding and to the subfloor.
And so the record is clear, the process that you just described resulted in item 6, which is Exhibit 141 to the trial.
Yes.
Thank you.
You described that there was a substance that went through from one side to the other. I'm now showing you page 4 of the collected exhibit. Could you point that out to the jury?
Yes, right here.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Did you collect the clothing article that we see in Exhibit 7, or I'm sorry, Item 7 on page 5 of the collected exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so you collected those.
Yes.
What's the significance of number 8, ma'am? That appears to be in the shower.
Yes, that's the shower drain. It had visible hair, and we collected it for possible forensic evidence.
I'm now showing you the 8th page of that collected exhibit. It's a close-up. So you collected that hair?
Yes, and the drain.
Oh, so you took the actual metallic drain that we see, the circular object in the middle.
Yes, the drain cover, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. After you processed the bathroom, where did you go next?
To the bedroom.
Handing what's been marked for identification as 174, specifically pages 1 to 6. Would you mind familiarizing yourself with that?
Okay.
What do they show?
Overall photographs of items marked for evidence in the bedroom.
Do they fairly and accurately show what you collected at the crime scene
Yes.
from the bedroom?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 147.
147.
That's collected exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we have here Exhibit 9.
For evidence marker 9, evidence marker 10. Evidence marker 9 is that carpet piece that we have here as Exhibit 142 to the trial.
Yes.
What is item 10?
It's a button with a small piece of material attached to it.
I'm now showing you the second page of the collective exhibit, and I'm going to skip ahead to the third page. I'm sorry, the fourth page of the collective exhibit.
What was on about that? Why did you mark that as a possible item of evidence, and did you in fact collect that?
Yes, I did collect it. It was definitely out of place. The button possibly could have been torn from the shirt since the material was still attached to it.
To your knowledge, did you ever find an article of clothing that was connected to that button?
No.
I'm now showing you the fifth page of the collective exhibit. What are we looking at here?
Item number 11 was a knife that was on the bed.
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
been marked for identification purposes as item 148. You recognize this item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It's a gray knife, that I collected from the bed.
Okay. That we can see there towards the center of the photograph on the screen on page
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to be admitted to evidence the knife shown in exhibit, I'm sorry, next to evidence marker 11 in collected exhibit 5.
Exhibit 148.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'd like to ask you about the orientation of the bed in this photograph. What wall is that bed up against?
So I believe it's the north wall.
What you would describe as the north wall?
Yes, north wall of the bedroom.
Okay. Zooming out on the crime scene sketch, there's an N with an arrow pointing down. You see that?
Correct.
What's the significance of the N with the arrow?
Showing the direction of north.
So, I'm sorry, I can't scroll from the television. So going to the bedroom, the north wall would be where on the crime scene sketch?
It would be the lower wall of the bedroom.
The wall separating the bedroom from the bathroom?
Correct.
Now, when you conducted your initial walkthrough and your search, did you know prior to your search the normal orientation of the furniture in this bedroom?
No.
I'm now showing you what's been embedded into evidence as one moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
As Exhibit 73.
Do you see the green tapestry on the wall?
Yes.
Do you see the markings on the wall to the lower left of the tapestry?
Yes.
And do you see the bed that we saw in the collected exhibit just a moment ago,
Where item 11 was.
Yes.
Orient the jury to that.
As far as the headboard is up here on this wall.
Okay. So if where that wall is the north wall, what wall would you call the one with the tapestry on it?
The east wall.
The east wall.
What is adjacent to the bed along the
corner where the east wall intersects the north wall?
The nightstand.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 74.
You see that?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence, ma'am, as Exhibit 72. Okay. Particularly, I'd like to draw your attention to the intersection of the east wall with, I guess, the south wall. Is that, you see that right there?
Yes.
Where would the south wall be for the jury?
Right here.
Okay, so where the blinds are, the vertical blinds,
Correct.
okay, where there's an electrical outlet.
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting your initial walkthrough, did you notice those marks towards the corner?
We did not know.
What would those marks be indicative of in your training and experience?
It could be one.
It does call for opinion or speculation. I'm assuming that's the objection.
Yes, sir.
You might answer that.
Yes, Your Honor. It's within the scope of everyday observation and common sense. Somebody believes some kind of lost carpet for an extended period of time.
Okay.
not about what the substance of the carpet would be, just the indentations in the carpet?
Yes, that there's an item sitting there.
May we approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, what do those lines on the carpet indicate to you?
They do look like indentions in the carpet where furniture could have been prior.
Thank you, ma'am. In addition to the collection of the items that we have seen in the various collective exhibits with evidence markers, specifically collective exhibit showing close-up of the knife, number 6 for the record. Did you place additional evidence markers, 12, 13, 14, 15, at this crime scene?
No.
Why is that, ma'am?
We don't normally do that. Anything we collect after the initial is discovered during the search or when additional information is gathered, and we don't necessarily work them with evidence markers.
So did you collect additional items of evidence labeled 12 and higher from Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes,
But we don't have any pictures with little evidence markers.
correct.
Additional items that you collected, like the swabs, do you mark them in any particular manner?
If we don't use evidence markers, we may document it with scale tape, or we could document it with just photos.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification is Exhibit 149, specifically items 1 to 13. You familiarize yourself with those.
Okay.
What are those items, ma'am?
There are photographs of suspected blood.
Are they marked in the manner that you indicated with
Yes.
with
With the,
tape?
scale tape, yes.
Scale tape? Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 149, 1 through 13.
So moved.
Thank you. Can I publish?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now, in this case, ma'am, I'm showing you collective exhibit 149-1. Can you point out the scale tape for the jury?
This is the scale tape right here.
What's the yellow item below it?
It's just another measurement either from the ceiling or from the floor.
Now, ma'am, it appears as though one of the scales is bigger than the other. Can you explain that?
Well, this one is in inches, and this
When
one
you
is
say this one,
the yellow one.
The yellow one is in inches,
Yes,
and what's the white one?
I believe centimeters.
Centimeters, okay. And I see something
Right below the centimeter scale, and I'll zoom in for the jury.
there's like a marking, dark marking in the center. What's that?
I believe that's the letter A.
Okay. In this case, did you mark the, I guess, the blood transfers or blood swipes that we see on the screen?
Yes.
Letters?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you collect a sample from the light switch that we see here as A?
I believe so, but I would have to check the evidence report.
Okay,
I collected several blood swabs.
all right. Did you collect a blood swab from the bedroom light switch?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And if that was the first blood swab, would that be indicated with a particular letter?
Not necessarily on the, it would be A.
It'd be A.
Yes.
Okay. Now showing you collective 2. I'm sorry, 149, page 2. Specifically, right there. Can you describe what we're looking at to the jury?
It appears to be another blood transfer.
On what surface?
The door frame.
What is a blood transfer while we're talking about that?
It's just any time blood is transferred from one surface to another.
Okay. And where is this in the apartment?
It's the door going into the bedroom from the bathroom.
Would that be shown as, I believe, 13 on the crime scene diagram?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a close-up of the same blood transfer?
Yes.
And for the record, 149.3. Were there blood transfers adjacent to the bed that you recall?
Yes, there was one just inside the doorway of the bedroom.
I'm now showing you 149.4. It's kind of a blurry photograph, so we'll go on to 149.5. What are we looking at there?
It is a blood stain.
Blood stain. Would you call that a transfer as well?
It could possibly be a transfer, but looks more like a drop.
A drop?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you say it looks more like a drop than a transfer?
It doesn't look like a smear or a swipe.
Going back to 149.1,
How would you describe that?
That is more of a smear or a swipe. With the,
So when we go back to 149.5, that looks like what you described as a drop.
right, where blood could have been dropped from a higher point.
Yeah. Pooled on the molding.
Yes.
Thank you. And would that be what we see as item 14?
Yes.
Moving on, where are we now standing? Where is this photograph taken?
The standing in the bathroom and shooting towards the bedroom.
For the record, Judge, this is 149.6. I'm going to show you 149.7. How would you describe the substance that we see there next to the letter D?
It's a blood stain, possibly a transfer.
Okay. Is that taken at marker 15 on the crime scene diagram?
Yes.
149.8. What is this?
That is the bathroom door.
Leading from where to where?
This is the kitchen area, and then this is the bathroom, so kitchen.
So this is the door from the bathroom to the kitchen.
Correct.
Showing you 149.9. You see that?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what that is?
That's also a blood stain, possibly a transfer.
Did you search that door for other blood stains?
Yes, please, so.
Would that be shown as number 16 on the diagram?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, that first one that we just looked at just a moment ago in 149.9 was immediately below the locking mechanism. Is there another blood transfer that you found on the door?
There was this one here, and there was also one higher.
Okay. 149.11, is that a close-up of the one that you said was up higher?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall finding any other blood transfers on the door?
Not that I recall.
Going now to 149.12. What are we looking at with this?
This is the bathroom area, that's the kitchen area, and that's the bathroom vanity, and that's the trim for the bathroom door.
Okay. Showing you 141.13. What do we see there?
Blood stain, possibly a blood drop.
Possibly a blood drop. And would that be at evidence marker 18?
Yes.
Thank you. After you collected samples of the substances that we see in the collected exhibit 149, did you continue your search?
Yes.
Now showing you
Yours is about 10:30. We'll take a mid-morning break, probably about 15 minutes or so.
And then I'm handing you, it's going to be marked for identification purposes as 150, collective 1 through 18. Familiarize yourself with those.
Anybody wants to stand and stretch while we're just looking at the pictures, feel free to do so.
Okay.
What's shown in those photographs, ma'am?
These were additional photographs taken during the search process of items of potential evidence.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed?
Yes.
Now I move into evidence, what exhibit 150?
Was it 1 through?
1 through 18.
Go ahead.
I see a green hat in this photograph, or maybe it's gray. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is 151. Was there anything of evidentiary value on the hat?
There was a red stain on it, so we collected it.
That red stain, is it shown in 152?
Yes.
And for the record, going back to 1, would this be in between the bed and the east wall?
Correct.
-150-3. What are we looking at here?
I believe these were sweatpants that were located inside the washing machine.
Showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 150-4.
Now, could you please point out to the jury where the sweatpants are in this photograph?
Yes, they're right here with the red stain.
There's a white object with what appears to be an ear behind the gray sweatpants with the red stain. What is that?
That would be Investigator Brown.
One of the crime scene investigators?
Yes.
Just holding up the pants
Correct.
for a clear photograph?
Yes.
In addition to continuing to process the crime scene, did you find any glass?
Yes.
And you, it's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 151. You recognize this item?
Yes.
What is that item?
They are glass fragments.
Where were these glass fragments found?
They were located kind of between item number 2 and 4. I actually didn't notice them until I was trying to document a blood stain on the floor and using oblique lighting. And that's when I noticed the glass fragments.
What do you mean by oblique lighting?
Just lighting from different angles.
So you used a different angle of light, and did you observe, like, I guess, a glint of the glass?
Correct, and they were very small,
Very small?
very small.
Did you collect them?
Yes,
Did you collect all the glass that you could observe?
yes, believe so, yes.
What do you have in your hand?
Glass fragments,
All the glass that you could find in the crime scene?
yes.
And specifically, what's the item number?
Item 22,
Which, using the crime scene diagram, where would that have been located?
just to the right of the kitchen peninsula,
So, right here, where I'm pointing,
yes.
there's a pair of gloves there, ma'am, and I have a pair of scissors. If I could ask you to get this glove up and empty the contents of that. Are those the fragments you collected from the apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence item 151.
So then,
Madam
do you have an objection?
No, I
I have to admit this, he has an objection to it yet.
No, what's it?
I don't have to admit this if you have an objection to it at this point.
I just want to see it.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
This is 151.
Can I get you to kind of fold up the sides to make like a little bowl for us?
Those are the fragments?
Yes,
Any clue what that came from?
I do not.
Are they, would you describe them as large?
No, they were very small.
Did you find, I guess, the stem of a wine glass?
No.
Is this a stem of a wine glass?
Objection. She already asked and answered. He asked if she knew what it was, and she said no.
Seems like it's calling for an opinion.
Again, it's been around take observation.
I think the size of those fragments being so small would be very speculative. She would guess what it was unless she knows. You have to let foundation. That's at this point. That's the thing.
Thank you. And would you mind placing those back into the exhibit?
As part of your search of Mr. Chen's apartment, did you have an opportunity to locate a gray hoodie?
Yes.
Where is that gray hoodie located?
I believe it was either on the bed at one time, and then it may have made its way to the floor. A lot of times we get additional information while we're processing the scene, and we may not know exactly what we're looking for. And then we get additional information from the detectives. But I believe this gray hoodie that I collected was originally on the bed. It may have been moved during the search, and then we got information about collecting a gray hoodie. So we would have collected it. It may not have been in its original location. Regardless, it was inside Jason Chen's bedroom.
Okay.
Now I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 152. You recognize it's been marked for identification as 152.
Yes, it's a gray hoodie.
That you collected from Mr. Chen's apartment?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence.
The gray hoodie.
So 152.
Man, would you mind opening? That's it.
It's about the 15 to 11 month.
I think we're nearing the end of the
Okay, if I stand?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, this is marked on the packaging as Exhibit 42.
Where was this gray hooded sweatshirt collected from on the crime scene diagram?
It's shown it was on the bedroom floor.
Okay. And specifically, where on the diagram?
Correct, on the right-hand side, near the top.
So right there, number 42?
Yes.
I'm now showing the jury, if I could have DVD judge.
Sir?
Now showing the jury
Exhibit 65 already in evidence. The gray hoodie that you have in your hand, is that the gray hoodie or the gray object that we see on the floor adjacent to the, I guess, the armoire cabinet?
Honestly, I do not believe that is this.
Oh, it's a different gray hoodie?
Yes. I believe this one was originally on the bed. It was moved during the search. And we got requested to collect the gray hoodie. And at that time, it would have been on the floor at the foot of the bed.
So, but it did come from Mr. Chen's bedroom?
Yes.
At 110 Tremont Street,
Yes.
apartment 210. Thank you, ma'am. You can place that back in the bag. Ma'am, we also have what will be marked for identification as Exhibit 153. This side. You recognize it?
Yes.
What is this item?
It's a gray sweatshirt.
Okay. Does it have a brand associated with it?
I believe it's J. Crew.
And where was this collected inside Mr. Chen's apartment?
I believe Investigator Booker collected this. It was in the bedroom.
Okay.
And specifically which item? Number 45?
Yes.
Okay. Which would be,
In the same area?
Yes.
Okay.
Originally, I believe this was probably in the closet hanging up.
originally closet hanging.
Collected from Mr. Chen's apartment during the search warrant.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move into evidence 153.
So,
And may I publish the jury by opening the exhibit?
yes, sir.
If you could open the exhibit, ma'am.
Ma'am, is there a zipper down the front?
Yes.
Does the zipper run all the way?
No.
Is it what we would call a, I guess, a quarter zip?
Yes.
Is it in fact a J. Crew hoodie?
Or not hoodie, sweatshirt?
So Investigator Booker collected this. Then I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you, though. You can place it back in the bag. In addition to searching the interior of the apartment at 110 Fremont Street, did you search the exterior?
Yes.
Specifically, ma'am, did you search a dumpster area?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as
Collected Exhibit 83-1. Are you familiar with this location?
Yes.
What is that location?
It's the apartment complex dumpster.
Going on to the next picture in that collective exhibit 183-2. Is that the condition of the inside of that dumpster enclosure as you found it on the day you executed the search warrant with Investigator Crawford?
Yes.
Okay. And 183-3, 183-4. Ma'am, there's a question about what the bluish item is that's peeking out from under the blue jeans. Can you identify that for us?
Looks like maybe vent air freshener for a vehicle.
Okay. Zooming back out, did you collect any of the items shown inside collected exhibit 183-4?
Yes, I collected the blue jeans, the underwear, the sanitary pad, and a pair of white shoes.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's going to be marked for identification as 154. You recognize this?
Yes, the underwear collected outside the dumpster.
Would you please point out to the jury where that is in the photograph?
Right here.
Thank you, ma'am. I move to admit 154 into evidence.
So moved.
and he was marked for identification as 155.
This is the sanitary pad that was located outside the dumpster. Right here.
Move to admit into evidence, and that's the same one? Move to admit 155.
So moved.
This is 156 for identification. Can you identify that for the jury?
Pair of blue jeans.
Shown in that picture.
Yes.
Move to admit into evidence item number 156, the blue jeans. Thank you, Ron. Finally, it's been marked for identification as 157. Can you identify that for the jury?
A pair of white tennis shoes. I believe they were Vans. Right here.
Left and right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Move to admit into evidence 157, white tennis shoes.
So moved.
I think this would be a good break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite a mid-morning break, it's a late morning break, but we're going to take one 5 minutes to 11. Everyone will be back 5 minutes after 11 for the jury time. I know it might seem a big hurdle to bring you to a new city and just not sitting in your own bed. It's the second day, bring in a little early, and then dim the lights in the morning. But I appreciate you all staying attentive. I think we'll go probably about another hour or so, then break for lunch, whenever the state has those two stopping. John Morton, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, remind the jury, what day did you go to 110 Fremont Street, Apartment 210 for the execution of the search warrant?
I was notified on 11/27. I think I actually arrived around midnight on 11/28.
Did you have an occasion to return to that location later?
Yes.
Do you recall what day that was?
I'm not sure.
Was it many months later?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
I went with Investigator Curtis.
Did you meet anyone else at the apartment?
I believe Detective Crawford.
What was the condition of the apartment when you returned to it that second time?
It looked like they were in the middle of renovating the apartment. They had torn up a lot of the carpet, a lot of the flooring, the tile flooring. So they were renovating the apartment.
And what was the purpose of your going to that location a second time during that tearing the apartment up process?
During the renovation, the workers discovered, I believe what they thought was a large pool of suspected blood.
So what was your role in going to that location that second time?
To photograph the items and to collect them.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence already as Exhibit 127-1. Did you take this photograph?
Yes,
What does it show?
it shows the bedroom,
And what room are you standing in when you took that photograph?
bathroom.
I'm now showing you 127-2. What are we looking at here, ma'am?
Once they pulled up the carpet underneath those reddish brown stains, that was on the original scene when the bed was located.
Now, when you were in 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210, back at the execution of the search warrant in November of 22, was this area that you see the carpet in covered by anything?
Yes, the bed was there.
And where would the nightstand have been?
Would have been in this corner here.
So orienting ourselves, the north wall that you described earlier would be where?
Right here,
And the east wall?
right here.
And where would that tapestry have been?
It would have been on this wall.
The east wall?
Correct.
So kind of up to the right and above from what we can see on the projector right now?
Yes.
If I could have you put on gloves in preparation for a couple of things. I'm sorry, ma'am, I see a rectangular object in this photograph that's kind of outlined in blue, if you will. What is that?
That's the carpet from the bedroom.
Okay. Did you collect that?
Yes.
Ma'am, if I could ask you to step down off the bench and take a look at what I have right here.
Felix, could you turn the witness's mic around?
You recognize that object, ma'am?
Yes, a large section of carpet, brown with padding.
Is it the same item that we see in 127-2?
Yes.
Please open. Oh, I'm sorry. And that's what you collected on the day you returned?
returned with Detective Crawford when they were renovating?
Yes.
The same
January
day,
5th.
the same day that that photograph was taken.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit into evidence item 158, the carpet.
So admitted. Jurors in the back row want to stand to see us better.
Start with the carpet. Let's start with this.
While that's happening, this would be a good time to remind the jurors that all exhibits will go back with you if you feel the need to examine any of this. Some of this is biohazard, so you'll need gloves, and perhaps even the court staff may handle it for you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step back up. Now showing the jury what's been admitted into evidence is 127-3. Is that stain that the jury can see in the physical evidence sitting in front of them?
Yes.
So as it was in Mr. Chen's apartment, what's closest to the jury, the flat, fairly straight edge, it's not ragged, is up against the north wall.
Jurors, feel free to stand up. You can-
Correct.
And the stain would have run from the north wall back towards the east wall. I'm sorry, back towards the south wall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now showing you 127-4. Is it the photograph of the same piece of carpet that we have in evidence right here?
Yes.
What are the yellow and black item on the left-hand side of this photograph?
Scale tape.
What's the white line running along the bottom of the carpet in 127-4?
Is the tape measure?
Are these in centimeters or inches?
Inches.
So ma'am, could you tell the jury the approximate size of the stain on the carpet that we see in 127-4 and on the ground?
Approximately 5 feet by 32 inches.
32 inches by 5 feet?
Yes.
So that includes a stain that's, I guess, at least
Maybe a little more than 5 feet.
okay, a little bit more than 5 feet. So a stain, there's a separation between the two stains. What kind of gap are we looking at between the stain that we see on the right side of the carpet in 127-4 and the very large stain?
Approximately 6 inches.
About 6 inches. So the main stain would be approximately what by what?
Probably 3.5 by 32, 3.5 feet by 32 inches.
Ma'am, are you aware of a suitcase having been collected in this case?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to examine that suitcase that was collected in this case?
Minimally,
Minimally?
yes.
In addition to collecting the carpet, did you take swabs of anything?
Yes, I believe I collected 2 swabs.
Showing you 127-5. Do you see the area that you swabbed in these photographs?
I'd have to check my evidence report, but I believe it was these areas right here.
What areas? I'm sorry. The stains on the actual wooden subfloor.
Yes, I'd have to refer to the evidence report to be certain.
Would that help refresh your recollection
Yes, or the item itself.
for the item itself? Oh, okay.
Yes, they were collected from the sub.
Is your recollection refreshed, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay. Where were the swabs collected from?
from the subfloor.
Those 2 stains that we see in 127-5,
Yes.
and those seem silly, but I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 159 and 160. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, they're the swab samples I collected from the bedroom under the carpet on the subfloor.
Did we see in Exhibit 127-5?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence item 159, swab from bedroom under carpet on subfloor, Exhibit 160, swab bedroom under carpet subfloor.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you'd agree that all of the items that we've just admitted into evidence, the swabs and the carpet, came from a single room.
Correct.
Was any evidence collected from another room, or connected with another room in the apartment, I should say?
I believe I also collected the tile backer board, which would have been located in the bathroom under the floor tile.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 127-7. You recognize the item in that photograph?
Yes.
You don't. And I'm going to display to you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 161. You recognize this?
Yes.
Don't make me hold it much
Yes.
longer. What is it
It's the tile backer board.
that you collected from Mr. Chen's apartment
Yes.
when you went back with Detective Crawford as it was being renovated?
Yes.
Is it the same item that we see up there?
Yes, that's correct.
Move to admit into evidence 161, back and forth.
So admitted.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the term buccal swab or buccal swab, as some people might say? What is that?
It's a DNA swab collected from an individual from the mouth, the cheeks, inside of the cheeks.
How does one collect one of those?
Similar to the way we collect blood swabs, we use a sterile cotton swab. Knowledge is in In this case, we don't wear gloves. And we'll rub the inside of the cheek of the individual, both sides of the cheek, inside.
In this case, did you have an opportunity to collect one of those buccal swabs from somebody?
Yes,
Do you recall who that individual was, ma'am?
Jason Chen.
What would be the purpose of collecting a DNA swab from Mr. Chen?
To make standard for comparison purposes for forensic value.
Is that what the DBI requires, to be able to conduct a comparison analysis between the two?
They like the buccal swabs and the oral blood spot card.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 162. Seen that before?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the buccal swab I collected from Jason Chen.
Move to admit.
The evidence, the swab, blood swab.
Exhibit 162.
You see the person from whom you collected that sample, the genetic material here in the courtroom?
Yes,
Who is that?
straight ahead in the dark blue suit with the light blue shirt.
Let the record reflect identification of.
So reflect.
Thank you.
How long in total did you spend at 110 Tremont Street?
I believe I got there around midnight and probably left around 11 a.m. the next day.
11 a.m. the next day, approximately 12 hours. As part of that process of examining and looking for evidence, did you use a substance called Blue Star?
Yes,
You've heard of the name luminol. Is that the same thing as Blue Star?
it's similar.
Similar? Is there a difference?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you present during the application of the Blue Star substance at Mr. Chen's apartment at the
Yes.
execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you at that front. Exhibit 29. Jury got to see it on the high-def television. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Where is that location?
I believe it's the bathroom kitchen area. More specific, the bathroom area.
And the Blue Star reaction is where?
All this glow material here.
How many times would you estimate that you have either yourself applied or watched someone else apply Blue Star?
I would guess maybe 10 to 15 times.
Are all Blue Star reactions created equal?
No.
What are the differences?
For a positive reaction, to say that it's more than likely blood, it would be a far more intense and longer duration. If it was what we consider a false positive, possibly cleaning materials or other substances, the duration would be very quick and not as bright.
How would you describe the Blue Star reaction that you yourself observed inside Mr. Chen's apartment?
It's very intense and long duration. It was probably the most I'd ever seen on a reaction with Blue Star on the crime scene.
Of those 10 to 15 times that you've seen it done?
Yes.
Is there, now showing you Exhibit 30. I'm going to zoom in.
Is there a strong Blue Star reaction in the kitchen?
Yes.
strong blue star reaction in the bathroom?
Yes,
Is there a strong blue star reaction in the bedroom?
yes,
Exhibit 31. What part of the apartment are we looking at here?
this is the bedroom door, so we were standing inside the bedroom shooting for the living room.
Thank you, ma'am. After you left 110 Tremont Street, where did you go?
I went back to the crime scene office.
For what purpose?
I believe I packaged and sealed the evidence I had collected and downloaded my photographs.
Is that when you started ascribing specific numbers to the property items?
Yes,
So the packaging that we see here today is the packaging that you originally packaged them in.
yes.
Did you submit those items to the property room?
Not on that date,
Where did you keep them? In the intern?
in the evidence vault.
You have a particular area at the vault that you're assigned?
Yes, I have an evidence locker.
So you have your own locker. Is it secured?
Yes,
Inside a vault.
yes,
Is the vault secured?
yes.
And is the vault inside another structure?
It's inside the crime scene office, the crime scene building, which has limited access, which the only people that have access to the crime scene vault are crime scene investigators.
So if someone were to come in off the street, could they just walk into the crime scene office?
No,
Is it also locked?
yes,
So you place the evidence inside a locker, inside a vault, inside an office, all locked.
what would fit inside the locker, yes.
Okay, what would fit inside the locker? Some items such as, for instance, the carpet, would that fit in your locker?
No,
Okay, but other smaller items such as buccal swab that we see here in 162, would that fit in your locker?
yes. If it would physically fit in the locker, we would utilize the locker.
And after you did all of that, what was the next thing you did?
I believe I was called the next day around 2 p.m. to respond to 900 Mountain Creek Road.
How long did it take for you to process all the evidence that you collected at Mr. Chen's apartment, do the paperwork, those forms, upon return to the office?
I think I'd left around 2:30 in the afternoon.
And you were called back in when?
2 o'clock the next day.
The next day. So you had 12 hours off. Or 24 hours off, I'm sorry.
I know I worked like 51 hours in those 3 days.
So over the course of 3 days, you worked a grand total of 51 hours. What was the next location that you responded to?
900 Mountain Creek Road.
What was the purpose of going to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
They had requested crime scene to respond to that location and coordinate the search of 2 large dumpsters.
What were you looking for at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Anything that may have been discarded by Jason Chen.
Y'all struck out at 900 Mountain Creek Road, is that fair?
Correct.
Didn't find anything.
Correct.
So what did you do next, ma'am?
Then I was advised that we would be responding to Nolensville Police Department to help in the execution of a search warrant.
Do you recall the date that that happened?
I believe it was, I'm not sure, the 29th or 30th.
The 29th? Okay. Were you working on the 29th?
Yes.
Okay. What services were required of you to respond for the execution of a search warrant at the Nolensville Police Department? What were you going to do?
Process the scene.
Do you know what scene you were going to?
It was the parents' house of Jason Chen.
Is that located at 1943 Ashburn Court
Yes.
in the city of Nolensville,
Yes.
Williamson County?
If you say so, yes.
Okay. So, during your search of the residence at 1943 Ashburn Court, did you process that scene in a similar manner that you did 110 Tremont Street?
Correct. Investigator Curtis and I conducted a walkthrough of the scene. I took visual photographs of the scene and also took video of the scene.
Did you find anything particularly noteworthy during your search of 1943 Ashburn Court?
Objection. Call. Cause for speculation, anything interesting. Not there on that.
I said no.
Overall, at this point, it gets into something speculative, you can renew your objection.
In the upstairs bedroom, located a laptop on desk area, a laptop, some handwritten notes, some eyeglasses, and a wallet belonging to Jason Chen.
Well, I'll show you what's been admitted into evidence. This is Exhibit 94, the trial. You recognize that?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
That's the desk area in the upstairs bedroom.
And you mentioned handwritten notes. Where would those be located?
I believe they were here and also on the Post-its.
So you mentioned a wallet. Where's that?
Right there.
And the laptop.
Right there.
Did y'all collect those glasses?
I don't think so. I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you collect the notes?
Yes.
You also mentioned the bedroom. I'm going to show you another exhibit. Exhibit 90. Do you recognize that location?
Yes, that's the same bedroom.
And can you see the chair that we saw in the preceding photograph with the laptop computer in Exhibit 93?
Yes.
It's right there on the right-hand side next to the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you find anything of interest inside the red box that we see here in Exhibit 90?
Yes, there was a cell phone inside the box.
And I'm showing you what has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 91. You can point out that cell phone in this photograph.
Right here.
And next Exhibit 92. Where is it? I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as 163. You recognize that item?
Yes, it's the Apple iPhone I collected.
Okay, so that's the photo from 1943 Ashburn Court that you
Yes.
hold in your hand right now.
Yes.
Move to admit into evidence the cell phone, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you find anything in another bedroom that was collected?
Yes, in the downstairs bedroom, I believe I collected a backpack and clothing items.
Showing you it's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 108. You recognize the item shown in that photograph?
Yes, backpack. I believe the clothing items came out of the laundry basket.
And I'm handing you what's marked for identification as 164. Could you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that collected exhibit?
what do the items in 164, 1 through 5 show?
They show the backpack and the contents inside the backpack.
Where was this analysis done?
In the crime scene office.
Back in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Did they fairly and accurately show the contents of the backpack shown in Exhibit 108?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 164, pages 1 to 5.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And may I please publish to the jury?
Yes, sir.
So once you got back to the crime scene office, I'm showing you the first page in that collective exhibit.
Orient us to what we're looking at.
It's just a close-up of the backpack.
Okay. And to the right-hand side, there's a black object. What's that?
Over here,
Yes. No. Above.
a shirt, t-shirt, muscle tee.
No, I'm sorry. Right-hand side, above the black and white.
Oh, an umbrella.
Okay, that's what I was going for. And on the left, what's that?
A black shirt.
Okay. I'm now showing you the second page of the collective exhibit. What are these?
That's the same black shirt and then other items that were inside the backpack.
Okay. And the three.
It's a close-up of the receipts and other papers that were found inside the backpack.
Were there any names connected with those items?
I believe they had Jason Chen's name on some of those items.
Okay. And four of the collective exhibit.
A close-up of additional items that were inside the backpack.
And five.
Pretty much overall of all the items that were inside the backpack.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm handing you now what's been marked for identification as 165. You recognize what's been marked for identification as 165.
Is this the black backpack?
Does it include the contents that we see laid out on the screen here?
Not all the contents.
Not all the contents. Most of the contents?
Correct.
Okay. But these are the things that you collected from 1943 Ashburn Court?
Yes.
Your Honor, but been admitted to evidence 165.
So admitted.
Why did you say not all the contents?
Some things are packaged different. If they may contain evidentiary value, we want to separate them that way. If they have to be analyzed, they don't have to pull out the whole backpack, but just certain items.
Okay. I'll draw your attention to the lower right-hand corner of this photograph.
There's a black rectangle sitting there, right next to a $5 bill and some change and a bobby pin. What is that object?
Eyeglass case.
What is inside the eyeglass case?
A SIM card from a phone.
Are there any glasses in there?
No.
Anything that's been marked for identification as 166. You recognize that?
That's a cell phone memory card, 5G Verizon, and it was inside the backpack, inside the eyeglass case.
Do we see on the screen?
Yes.
I will move to admit into evidence 166.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, why would this be packaged separate and apart from everything else?
Because it could have evidentiary value. It would, could be processed by digital forensic or TBI or.
Sure.
Ma'am, can I get you to open this up? We have a document, sir.
Sir,
Yeah.
it's tucked in the corner.
I'm trying to find it in there. It's a small little thing,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
Oh, wow. Would you mind putting that on the document projector for me? May she step down, Judge? Oh, it's small. It's a miss. Bring you out a sweat, Judge. No, just put it in the middle. And center it up. Okay. Wow. And just so we're clear, I'm going to put this Sharpie down. Tip of the Sharpie. Pretty small. How did you find that little thing inside a glasses case?
I just thoroughly search anything I collect and look inside the eyeglass case, which I think it was black inside. And it was the part.
So it wasn't a light in color on a light in color like the inside of the
Correct.
envelope that we were digging through just a second ago.
Correct.
Okay. You take a seat. And when you do, I'd ask you to familiarize yourself with what's going to be marked as Collective Exhibit 167, 1 and 2. Okay? You had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with that collective exhibit.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photograph of the evidence bag that the memory card was sealed in, and a photo of the memory card.
Okay, on the second page?
A photo of the memory card.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'd move to admit into evidence 167-102.
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, the SIM card itself, this small little piece of plastic that we have sitting on the document projector, does it have serial numbers on it or any numbers?
Yes, it appears to have numbers on it.
Okay, and the numbers in the photographs, and they match the numbers on the SIM cards you have?
Yes.
You could put it back in there. Put that back inside there, we don't want to lose it. Now, ma'am, it looks like you have different colored tape on this bag. Specifically, there's a blue set of tape that we see up here at the top, and what I would describe as green or teal on the bottom of the bag. Is there a particular significance to the different colors of tape used on items of evidence?
The blue crime scene tape indicates the crime scene unit.
Okay, so that would be y'all's tape?
Correct.
Says crime scene, CSU, that stand for crime scene unit?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your tape. What about the green tape?
I believe that's digital forensic unit.
So if we see green tape on a item of evidence such as the SIM card, would that indicate that someone from that division has resealed the bag?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you through the projector 163, which was admitted into evidence as the cell phone. Does it also have the, I guess, digital evidence unit tape on it as well,
Yes.
indicating what to you in your training experience?
They had checked out the item and processed it.
You also mentioned a wallet, and you showed it to us in that collective exhibit that we looked at, or I'm sorry, in the prior admitted evidence. Did you go back to the police department and, similar to the backpack, lay things out for examination?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 168.
It's a gray wallet.
You know who that wallet belonged to based on your examination of the contents?
Jason Chen.
Your Honor, and that's the same wallet that was seized from the upstairs bedroom of Mr. Chen's 1943 residence where he was.
Yes.
I move the wallet was evidence, Your Honor.
168.
That might be breaking. Okay. Your Honor.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon, so we're going to take our lunch break at this point. Take about, Terry, can you approach the one, please?
Yes, Judge.
Today, let's take an hour and a half. So parties can be back at 1:30. We'll begin the trial at that point. matters to discuss before we take our lunch break?
No, you're
All right, see you back at 1:30. Ms. Johnson. All right, please be seated. Hope you had a good lunch, got a little exercise today. It's sunny outside, so, all right, General, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, before the lunch break, we were talking briefly about Mr. Chen's wallet. And it was moved into evidence. And I think you were asked, did you lay the items out just like the backpack that we looked at earlier?
Yes.
Can I have a DVD cut?
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked 169, collected exhibit 1 to 3. Familiarize yourself with those.
Okay.
What are the items in that collected exhibit?
So wallet belonging to Jason Chen and contents.
Did you take those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately show the contents of the photograph, of the wallet?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence 169, 1 through 3. Yes, sir.
And this is 169-1. There's what appears to be an ID card for the University of Chattanooga. Whose name appears on that?
Jason Chen.
And whose photograph?
Jason Chen.
Moving on to the next photograph, whose debit card?
Jason Chen.
And finally, whose driver's license and identification?
Jason Chen.
Do you have an opportunity to interact with Mr. Chen while in Nolensville.
So yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, Jason Chen.
Did you take that photograph
Yes,
at the Nolensville Police Department?
yes, that's correct.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the next exhibit, 89. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the hat he was wearing when I processed him.
And you, it's been marked for identification as 170. You recognize this item?
Yes, it's the ball cap, red and white, Kennedy Ghost.
Would you mind opening it up, pulling it out? Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, were you involved in the processing of a Toyota Camry?
Yes, it was.
Where was that vehicle located?
Originally, it was located at Jason Chen's parents' house inside the garage. And we had it towed and escorted to our crime scene bay.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 112 and 113 and 114. Is that the motor vehicle that you searched at the crime scene bay?
Yes, it is.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 171, collective exhibit 1 through 7. Could you familiarize yourself with those?
Okay.
What do the photographs in that collective exhibit show?
There are the overall photographs of the vehicle inside the crime scene bay.
They fairly and accurately depict the vehicle at the time you processed it for evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence the collective exhibit 171. Yes, sir.
Okay. 171 shows the front of the vehicle. How would you describe the interior of this car that we see in 171.1, 171.2, 171.3, 171.4?
How would I describe the inside?
Yes, ma'am.
It was fairly clean.
Fairly clean. Did you search the trunk area? 171.5, Judge?
Yes.
171.6. What was in the trunk?
One plastic bag, and that was it.
There appears to be some sort of a kind of ridged area in the trunk. What is that?
Right. It appeared to be some sort of wheel impression.
Okay, but I'm talking more generally about the item that spans from, 1 second, from here to here, and from the back of the trunk to the front of the trunk.
That's a trunk liner.
Oh, okay. And you mentioned that there were some impressions on it. Would you mind pointing out to the jury where those impressions are? Now showing you 171.7. Would you please show those impressions again to the jury in this photograph? And do you recognize this?
Yes, it's the trunk liner from inside the camera vehicle.
So did you remove the trunk liner from the trunk that we see here in 171-7?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is that line?
Yes.
Sir, I would move to admit into evidence item 172, the trunk liner. Did you take measurements of those marks that we see?
Yes, I did.
For what purpose?
For possible future comparison purposes.
Comparison to what?
Depending on what it was, if in this case it was a suitcase, because at the time I knew that a suitcase had been collected in.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you had some opportunity to examine a suitcase.
Correct.
Correct. You recognize this item?
Yes.
Have you seen this item before?
Yes, I have.
For the record, Judge, I'm going to mark it for identification purposes as 173.
Yes, sir.
Where have you seen item 173 before?
When I saw it, it was in one of our crime scene bays, and I also saw it at a evidence meeting.
Did you have an opportunity to compare? Well, strike that. Did you have an opportunity to take measurements of the wheels from this suitcase?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to compare the width of the wheels and that collective exhibit that we see on the trunk mat, item 172, to the suitcase that's been marked for identification as 173?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what were those findings?
As far as the suitcase being eliminated as from leaving marks in the trunk, I could not eliminate that suitcase as leaving those marks. Therefore, in my opinion, it was consistent as a possibility that that suitcase wheels could have caused those marks.
Thank you. And finally, did you ever report to the medical examiner's office to collect evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, what evidence did you collect?
I collected a blood spot card.
What is a blood spot card?
It is a known DNA genetic makeup for a deceased party, in this case, Jasmine Pace.
Did you actually collect the specimen, or did somebody else do that?
No, the medical examiner's office collected it, and they transferred it to me.
And what did you do with it once you collected it from the medical examiner's office?
I packaged it, labeled it, and then I would submit it to the property and evidence.
You know, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as item 174. You recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
DNA blood spot spot card, Jasmine Pace.
Is that blood spot card that you collected from the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
Did you log it into evidence?
yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to admit it.
Okay. So, what's the name?
So, no, sir.
I was asking, well, did you want to admit it?
Yes.
Okay. So, what's the name?
No further questions at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you just sat down. The defense is going to need some time to organize the exhibits for the cross-examination of this witness. We're going to have you step back in the jury room, and when they're ready, in about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll bring you back. We can recess 10 or 15 minutes. Just let me know when y'all are ready. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Investigator Johnson. I hope you had a good lunch. Investigator Johnson, when your investigation started, you had never met Jasmine Pace?
That's correct.
You didn't know anything about her background?
That's correct.
You had never met Jason Chen?
No,
You don't know anything about his background?
that's correct.
Your job, what is your job as a crime scene investigator?
Document crime scenes, document, identify, collect, process evidence from crime scenes.
You cannot vouch for the integrity of evidence before you receive it, can you?
That is correct.
You don't know how the evidence was handled before you received it.
That is correct.
You don't know how the evidence was collected before you received it.
That is correct.
When you collect evidence, you must package it so it cannot leak through the container, right?
Correct.
You must package it so it can't be lost.
Correct.
You must package it so it can't deteriorate.
Correct.
Once collected, evidence must be kept in a secure area.
Yes.
Once collected, evidence must be kept in a secure area when not directly in possession of a person listed on the chain of custody.
Yes.
What is a chain of custody?
Chain of custody is normally a form that shows where the evidence has been transferred from one person to another.
And it shows who has handled it.
Correct.
It also documents how the evidence was transferred.
Correct.
And it shows how, so like, documents might have been stored.
So I could, yes.
The chain of custody begins when evidence is first collected.
Correct.
The chain of custody may begin at the crime scene.
Yes.
The chain of custody continues with each transfer of the evidence to law enforcement, to the crime laboratory, and wherever else it might go.
Correct.
And you must keep complete documentation regarding this chain of custody.
Correct.
And there's a chain of custody log, correct?
Correct.
And you maintain that log?
Once it's submitted to property, then property and evidence maintains that chain of custody as far as who checks out items of evidence.
And the reason you do that is so you can ensure that there's no loss or alteration of the evidence prior to trial.
Correct.
So I want to talk about the kind of collection of evidence. Victims in cases can bring evidence to a crime scene without even knowing it.
Yes.
Suspects can bring evidence to a crime scene without even knowing it.
Yes.
Law enforcement can bring evidence to a crime scene without even knowing it.
Yes.
People visiting the crime scene can bring evidence without even knowing it.
Correct.
Victims can take pieces of evidence away from a crime scene without even knowing it.
Correct.
Suspects can take pieces of evidence away from a crime scene without even knowing it.
Correct.
Law enforcement can take pieces of evidence away from a crime scene without even knowing it.
Correct.
People visiting the crime scene can take pieces of evidence away without even knowing it.
Correct.
On direct, you talked a little bit about transfer evidence. What is transfer evidence?
It's when you have custody of an item of evidence and you transfer that custody to someone else.
Let me ask this, in terms of like blood or DNA, what is transfer evidence?
Evidence that is left on the scene by an individual, person, or item.
And you can transfer that by touching it, right?
Correct.
And individuals can leave transfer evidence at a crime scene.
Correct.
Transfer evidence can include glass.
It could probably include just about anything, yes.
Including blood, right?
Correct.
Often investigators need specialized lighting and aids to help find transfer evidence, right?
Yes. Not always, but yes.
Because transfer evidence can be easily lost.
Yes, or not very visible.
And transfer evidence can offer information on how to reconstruct the events of the crime, right?
Code, yes.
At a crime scene, most crime scenes, there's often tiny pieces of fragments of physical evidence that can help tell the story of what happened, right?
Correct.
That's what your job is, to tell the story of what happened.
You collect the items. Yes.
And those items can tell the
Document the
story,
items.
right?
Yes.
Hair, fibers, clothing, carpeting, pieces of glass, blood, can all help tell the story of what happened.
Yes, they do.
These tiny pieces of evidence are called trace evidence, right?
Yes.
Trace evidence can be transferred when two objects touch.
Yes.
Transfer evidence can be transferred between evidence.
If proper precautions are not taken, yes.
Trace evidence can be used to reconstruct an event
Yes.
and help tell the story.
It could.
Evidence can be used to prove that a person or a thing was present in a place.
It could.
If you collect evidence carefully, is it true that a crime scene can yield a lot of information?
It's possible, yes.
And those samples can help tell the story.
Yes.
Forensic scientists examine physical evidence, chemical evidence, and trace evidence, right?
Yes.
And you have a variety of tools at your disposal to test these things.
Yes.
The importance of trace evidence, though, in the context of crime scene can sometimes be hard to understand.
It could be, yes.
And that's why you're here. You're here to help explain the collection of evidence, right?
Yes.
Hypothetically, trace evidence could determine whether an item or maybe even a body was moved.
Yes, it could.
I want to go back to transfer evidence. What's the difference between direct transfer evidence and indirect transfer evidence?
I guess the indirect transfer would be, say I walk through a crime scene, maybe something sticks on the bottom of my shoe or booty, and then I transfer it to another location in that crime scene.
So direct evidence is when trace evidence transfers from the original source to another place.
It could be, yes.
So, for example, if a bleeding person brushed against a tree at a crime scene, that would be direct evidence, right? Direct transfer.
Yes.
Indirect transfer is when the trace evidence is, as we said, carried from the primary source to another place by a third person or maybe by an object.
Yes.
And with indirect transfer, it's important to preserve and document any kind of evidence when it's identified.
Correct.
We'll get that back.
And if trace evidence can't be properly preserved and protected, it can be lost.
It could be, yes.
Contamination of evidence can be a very serious problem, can it?
Yes.
Contamination of evidence can ruin evidence.
Yes,
Contamination of evidence can jeopardize a criminal case.
it could.
And contamination occurs when something or someone is introduced to a scene that was not previously there.
That's possible, yes.
Contamination can come from people investigating the scene.
Yes,
You're supposed to evaluate a scene before anyone else enters it to keep it from being contaminated, right?
could you repeat that?
Sure. You should evaluate a crime scene prior to anyone else entering it to keep contamination to a minimum.
Once I respond to a crime scene, my job is to document it and collect evidence as how it is when I arrive. I can't account for how things are before I get there.
Because various people can contaminate crime scenes before you get there.
Yes,
Witnesses can contaminate evidence at a crime scene.
yes,
Suspects can.
yes,
Innocent bystanders could.
yes,
First responders can.
yes,
Police officers can.
yes,
Crime scene investigators can.
yes.
Is the most effective way to prevent contamination is limiting access to the crime scene?
Correct.
And evidence can get contaminated at any stage of the investigation, can't it?
Yes,
It can be contaminated at the crime scene itself
yes,
and at the crime lab.
I'm sure it's possible, yes.
Maybe going to and from the crime lab.
I think anything is possible.
You would say, it's a fair statement to say that everyone that comes in contact with this evidence has to guard, has a responsibility for making sure it doesn't become contaminated.
Correct.
So crime scenes are usually disorganized. That's why it's a crime scene, right?
I don't know if I would say disorganized.
When you discover that a piece of evidence has been contaminated, you need to document that, though, right?
The evidence would be documented how it is when I observe it.
And if you don't document any the contamination that may have occurred, that evidence could then be misleading.
It could be, yes.
And it could be misleading to investigators, right?
Yes,
And it could be misleading to forensic scientists.
correct.
Anyone who enters a crime scene is capable of adding something to it
Correct.
and taking something away.
Correct.
And anyone's capable of contaminating it.
Correct.
If someone doesn't have a legitimate purpose investigating the scene, they should not be allowed there, right?
That is correct.
And those who do have a legitimate purpose being at the crime scene should be aware of their potential to contaminate evidence, right?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about DNA, blood. Are you familiar with the collection, obviously, of blood and DNA?
Yes.
And we talked about how trace evidence or direct transfer, but DNA can transfer from person to person or person to an object,
Yes.
and that's called primary transfer.
Yes.
And because of these types of transfers, sometimes you can, for example, find blood in a room in which the source of the blood was never present.
It's possible, yes.
And other forms of DNA can be transferred the same way.
Yes.
Moist or wet DNA transfers more easily than dry DNA.
I would agree with that, yes.
Investigator Johnson, I want to ask you some questions about Blue Star. You're familiar with Blue Star?
Well, somewhat.
It is, you were asked a question on direct. Do you know the difference between Blue Star and luminol?
I don't know, we use Blue Star. Luminol is a little bit different, I believe, as far as the lighting conditions that are required and stuff.
And is luminol in Blue Star?
That I don't know.
Good question. How many times have you used Blue Star?
Probably about 15 to 20 times.
Over how long of a period of time?
7.5 years.
Blue Star is considered a presumptive test for blood, right?
Correct.
Meaning it only suggests the presence of blood, but does not confirm it. Is that right?
That's correct.
What limitations does Blue Star have in detecting substances other than blood?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What other substances could Blue Star detect other than blood?
I believe it can detect some cleaning chemicals, bleach.
In this case, you used Blue Star.
Yes.
Did you ever confirm the Blue Star reactions using a secondary test?
There was, again, they were only presumptive tests, but we have rapid presumptive tests. OBTI and hemostat.
Presumptive means not confirmed.
Correct.
So my question to you is, did you do any secondary tests to confirm the presumptive Blue Star test? And what are those tests that you did?
I mean, the swabs that I collected to confirm whether or not it was blood would have been sent off to the lab. I would not have confirmed those.
Have you ever had the opportunity to work with the Kasselmeyer test?
It may fall under some of our rapid tests.
Have you ever done a Kasselmeyer test?
I've done OBTI and hemostat.
Have you ever done a Kasselmeyer test?
I'm not familiar with that.
So you're not familiar with it, means you've never done it?
I'm not familiar with the name.
Why? So other than sending off the blood spots to the lab, did you do any other scientific tests as a criminal investigator to confirm that it was blood?
Just the presumptive test.
Did you at least do a control test to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the Blue Star that you used?
No.
Isn't that standard operating procedure that you do a control test first?
I mean, obviously, we had a control test based on the visible blood that also illuminated.
No, that's the actual testing that you did. Did you do a control, a scientific control?
No.
Are you, if you're not familiar with the Kasselmeyer test, are you at least familiar with the Techman or Takayama test?
No, I'm not.
Those tests can definitively confirm blood. You know that.
I do not know that.
Everybody says she doesn't know.
Why wouldn't you use any of these alternative tests?
All I know are the tools that we have at our use.
You documented all the areas that tested positive for Blue Star,
Yes,
and you documented all the areas that were negative.
yes.
At any point, did you see anything that was possibly blood that you later confirmed to be a false positive?
No,
You did 2 investigative searches at the apartment there on Tremont, correct?
we did multiple searches.
You did one in November,
Yes,
and you did one in June
yes.
of 2023. Did you use Blue Star on this, at the search in January?
No,
Did you ever spray any of the walls in the apartment with Blue Star?
we sprayed some walls and some doors, yes.
What walls did you spray?
I believe in the living room, and the doors for the laundry and the bathroom door.
You didn't do the bedroom walls?
I don't believe so, no.
You didn't do the bathroom walls?
And we did the shower, we did the sink, mostly the floor,
You didn't do the bathroom walls?
just the shower walls,
Just the shower walls. And then you said the laundry door?
yes.
Was there a Blue Star reaction to the laundry door?
I believe on the laundry door and on the bathroom door coming from the kitchen.
So between these 2 different searches, why did you have to do a second search?
Because additional evidence was discovered.
Why didn't you discover it the first time?
It just was not discovered. I know we searched under the bed.
But you didn't see that spot?
Well, I was on the back side of the carpet, so no, I wouldn't have seen that spot. And hands and knees with the flashlight looking under the bed, did not see any discoloration at that time.
Was that because your investigation was rushed?
No,
You testified that over a 3-day period that you were awake for 51 hours.
yes,
Perhaps you might have been too tired to be able to find the spots on your first search.
it's possible, but I do take my time when I process things.
You had said something earlier. You said Blue Star can react with things other than blood. You said bleach.
Yes,
What about hydrogen peroxide?
that I'm not sure.
When you did your investigation, did you find cleaning supplies?
We found cleaning tools, I'm not sure about supplies.
Did you find cleaning chemicals? Did you find any hydrogen peroxide?
I believe there may have been some,
Did you find bleach?
no, I don't believe so.
In your opinion, when you did your search in November, do you think anyone had tried to clean up a crime scene?
Yes,
Why do you think that?
based on the results of the Blue Star,
Can you please elaborate?
there was obviously presumed blood throughout the apartment, on the floors and the doors and on the walls. That was not visible to the naked eye.
And do you believe that to be blood, or could it have been cleaning agents?
I believe it to be blood, based on the reaction time and the longevity of the reaction of the blue star.
Even though it's only a presumptive test.
Correct.
Wouldn't the act of cleaning potentially spread residual substances, such as blood or those cleaning agents?
Yes, it could, yes.
And how would that happen?
When you're cleaning up, say, a large pool of blood and you're wiping it on other surfaces, that's going to transfer that blood to other surfaces.
If the carpet in the bedroom was damp from cleaning, could that have affected the blue star results by spreading and diluting any potential residue?
I mean, if someone had walked over it while it was wet and then transferred it, yes, it could.
Are you aware of anyone coming into the apartment prior to you?
I believe I was told that patrol officers had entered the apartment and that Jasmine Pace family had entered the apartment as well.
Do you know how many total people had entered the apartment between the November 23rd and when you began your search?
I don't know.
Do you know if the carpet was damp when any of them entered into the bedroom?
I do not know.
Isn't it possible that the individuals walking through the apartment could have tracked blood, cleaning agents, debris, or any of these other substances across various areas in the apartment?
It's possible, yes. I mean, as far as the carpet being damp, I mean, as far as that specific carpet there, I mean, it was covered up with the bed, so I don't think any transfer would have came from that particular blood pool.
There was other blood spots on other parts of the carpet, correct?
Yes.
In front of the dresser,
Yes.
in front of the TV.
Yes.
There was blood spots not covered by furniture.
Correct.
Those could have been cleaned with, or those could have been cleaned with cleaning materials, right?
That's possible, yes.
And those spots could have been damp.
Could have.
Did you interview either of those two officers that went in?
No.
Did you interview the Pace family or Bean family?
No.
You didn't ask any of them if the carpet was damp?
Objection. She said she didn't interview.
Okay, good job. When you started your investigation, did you take the steps to limit the foot traffic into the apartment?
Yes. After completing my initial walkthrough, I advised the officer not to let anybody else inside the apartment for any reason. Because once I arrive on scene, it's my scene.
And why do you want to prevent anyone else from coming in there?
Just to prevent any disturbance of the evidence or any contamination of the evidence.
Were shoe prints or other marks observed in the Blue Star?
No,
You didn't see any footprints in the Blue Star?
I did not see any footprints in the Blue Star.
Did you speak with Investigator Crawford about your investigation?
Yes,
And you conferred with him about the Blue Star?
yes,
Was he present with the Blue Star, or when the Blue Star was applied?
yes.
Would it surprise you to know that Detective Crawford testified yesterday that he saw footprints in the Blue Star?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I saw a footprint, but it was a visible blood footprint.
Visible blood footprint.
Mhm.
Did that light up in the Blue Star?
Yes, it would have, yes.
So you saw a footprint in the Blue Star.
Yes.
to separate, did you find any shoe prints in the
I
Blue
did
Star?
not.
Except for that one?
Yes, the footprint is.
You can't definitively say that the reactions observed with Blue Star were not caused by cleaning agents, can you?
Based on my training and experience, I can say, based on the longevity of the reaction of the Blue Star and the intensity of the luminescing of the area is a lot different than if it was a chemical agent or bleach or some other item. If it's a chemical bleach or a chemical cleaning agent, it's not going to be as intense in color, and it's not going to last nearly as long. Seconds.
So you believed it to be blood based on the brightness of the Blue Star, correct?
Correct. And based on the other presumptive tests that I conducted.
And again, presumptive means it cannot be confirmed.
Correct.
And you did no test that confirmed it to be blood there at the scene, right?
Correct.
Were the patterns and locations of the Blue Star reactions consistent with the possibility that the substance were spread by cleaning or foot traffic?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Were the patterns or locations of the Blue Star reactions consistent with the possibility that the substances being spread were spread by cleaning or foot traffic?
It's a possibility. I mean, when we applied the Blue Star, I mean, it was pretty much everywhere, all over the floor, from the living room to the bedroom.
And
Different shapes, different patterns. I mean, the whole floor just lit up.
so all those people that entered into the apartment before you began your investigation, they had no effect on the Blue Star test that you did?
I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying, based on the intensity and the longevity of the Blue Star that was applied, all I can say is that there's a possibility and probability that that was blood throughout the entire apartment.
And whether it's blood, cleaning agents, that all could have been spread by foot traffic.
Yes.
So I saw all these pictures where you have this yellow tape and this white tape for measurements.
Yes.
So the yellow tape is in inches, right?
Yes.
And the white tape is in centimeters.
Yes.
Do you risk any confusion by having two different measurements in the same photograph or in the same piece of evidence?
No.
So do you ever have to convert inches to centimeters or centimeters to inches?
No, I document the scene, I document the scales, the photographs.
Let me ask you about the Camry. The Camry, you believe that, what scientific test did you perform to believe that the suitcase was in the trunk?
Scientific test.
You stated that you believed that the suitcase was in the trunk based on those marks that we saw on the map.
I could not eliminate that as the item that left the marks in the trunk.
What scientific test did you use?
Measurements.
Okay. What was the measurement of the wheels?
Measurements of the wheels were approximately, like I said, this was not a critical comparison. I'm not certified to do critical comparisons of wheel marks. My job is to say, yes or no, could this suitcase cause these marks? I could not say this suitcase did not cause it. But I could say it's a possibility that it did, because it fit within the parameters of those measurements.
So if I understand you say, the suitcase could have done it, it could have not have done it, right?
If it did not do it, I could say it did not do it because the wheelbase would have been way off or different and not consistent with the track marks.
But it's fair to say that you can't confirm that the suitcase made those marks.
Correct.
I want to talk about the search that you did in January. You returned there to do a second search, and this is approximately, what, 5 weeks, 6 weeks after your first search?
Yes.
Isn't it true that during that time the apartment could have been accessed by others?
If you know that, I would not know that.
Because it was not, the apartment was no longer secure after you finished your first investigation?
It was no longer an active crime scene.
And people that may have accessed that apartment could have altered evidence that you collected?
Could have.
Could have contaminated that evidence? After 5 or 6 weeks, you'd agree that the scene could change significantly, couldn't it?
Yes.
And it did change significantly, didn't it?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did law enforcement take any steps to ensure the apartment remained undisturbed between your first and second investigation?
I do not know.
And it's possible that the evidence that you found during the second search could have been introduced after you had finished your first investigation.
It's possible.
You'd agree with me that conducting a search shortly after an incident is probably the most ideal time for preserving the integrity of evidence.
Yes.
And you're collecting this evidence to have it tested,
Yes.
because it's important for these items to be tested.
Yes.
But isn't it true that all the evidence you collected during this investigation, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Isn't it true that not all the evidence that you collected in this investigation was tested?
Correct.
Dr. Candace.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 149. It's a collective exhibit. What are we looking at here?
Okay, that's the light switch in the bathroom.
Was that tested?
I do not know.
What are we looking at on page 2? And if it's washed out, I can bring this up there.
Another suspected blood stain on the door frame.
Was that tested?
I do not know.
What are we looking at here?
Another blood stain.
Was that tested?
Are you referring to a presumptive test or?
Sent to the TBI crime lab to be tested.
I do not know.
Number 5, we saw this spot earlier. Was this tested at the TBI crime lab?
I do not know.
How about this one? Was this blood stain tested? What about this one? Was this tested?
I do not know.
Number 8. What are we looking at here?
More blood stains.
Were those tested?
I do not know.
What are we looking at here?
Possible blood stain.
Was that tested?
I don't know. As a crime scene investigator, it's not up to me what gets tested and what doesn't get tested.
Who's it?
My job is to collect and document the evidence.
Okay. And who makes the determination of whether or not to get it tested?
It would be the detective in charge of the scene.
Are you aware of what evidence was sent to the TBI and what wasn't?
I don't know exactly what all was and what wasn't sent.
Evidence gets tested or not?
No, sir.
So you don't determine which criteria of what items, you don't determine the criteria of what items get tested?
No, sir.
Would it be helpful for you to see each individual piece of evidence to determine whether or not it has been tested? If you got to look at the white tag on it?
It would be whether or not it had evidence tape from the crime lab on there.
Okay, so when the jury gets this evidence back, what can they look for to see what pieces of evidence were actually tested by TBI? Will there be a color sticker on it? What are we looking for?
I believe TBI uses orange evidence tape,
So,
but if they don't test an item, I don't know if they open it or not. That's a TBI
is
test.
it hazard? Is that the orange tape you're talking about?
No,
Is this the orange tape?
yes,
So this is something that was tested by the TBI?
yes. Well, it was opened by the TBI. I don't know if it was tested or not.
I'm showing you what's been marked. We'll start with 159. What is this?
Sealed bag 12, suspected blood. Collected in January. It's underneath the carpet on the subfloor.
Can you tell from here if this was tested by TBI?
It does not appear that has been opened by TBI.
What about this one? This is 160.
And it's saying it does not appear to have a TBI evidence tape on it.
What's the description of these two bags that you have in the red?
The location of where it was recovered was under the carpet on the subfloor.
Okay. I'm asking about on the red tags where it says description, is it sealed bag? What does that say next to it on each of them?
Swab, suspected blood.
Suspected blood, right?
Yes.
Because your blue star can't confirm that to be actual blood, so you have to put that.
Correct.
You see, this is item 156. These are the jeans outside the dumpster. Do you see that orange tag on here?
No, sir. No.
There's 157. These are the white sneakers. Were these tested?
Does not appear so, no.
Here's 154. This is the underwear by the dumpster. Was this tested?
No.
155. Sanitary pad. Was this tested?
No.
May I have that last exhibit? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you had. This is 148. This is the gray knife found on Jason Chen's bed. Was this tested?
It does not look like it was, no.
So if items, thank you, sir. So if items weren't tested, I should take that up with Detective Crawford, not you?
I'm just saying, as a crime scene investigator, we don't determine what goes to the PBI lab or what doesn't go.
And to ask, and to inquire more about that, those would be questions for a lead detective?
Yes,
And in this case, that would be Detective Crawford?
yes.
And you had no decision in what items were being tested?
That's correct.
Does Investigator Crawford rely on you to determine what items to test?
Objection, Your Honor. She was asked previously, do you have anything in the criteria to determine whether or not an item was tested? She said no. We just re-asked the same question multiple times.
I think this one was a little different in that he asked if the detective relied upon her or got her opinion on things she sends. While it's not necessarily her call, I think this question is different enough that he asks it over again.
Thank you.
There may be occasions when the lead detective would ask, but in this case, I don't think it was. I think it could have been based on the photographs and the evidence report for him to decide which item to send.
This carpet here, was it tested?
I don't believe so, no.
Was the padding tested?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you think the fact that you had to go back and look a second time suggests that you might have missed something or you overlooked it?
I think it's pretty obvious that something was missed.
And it was missed at your crime scene?
That is correct.
And are you confident that the evidence that was collected during the second search accurately reflects the scene as it existed at the time of the incident?
Yes.
And you'd agree that conducting multiple searches over time increases the risk of contamination?
It could, yes.
And that could lead to the misinterpretation of evidence.
It's possible.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. I'll pass it.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, in defendant's contaminated crime scene,
Yes.
in fact, sometimes that happened intentionally.
Yes.
If I can have the DVD, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Would you describe moving a bed from one wall to another to have an effect on your ability to see the scene as it was at the time of the offense?
Objection,
Yes.
speculation.
I think it's a proper redirect based on contamination line of questioning across. So overall at this point, if it gets too speculative, we'll produce the objection.
And I'm going to put up on the screen.
Photo. This is Exhibit 73.
Was this the same as it was as you found it on the day of the search warrant?
Yes,
What wall was the bed on?
bed was on the north wall.
And how is that in relation to that green and white tapestry that we see on the center of the wall in Exhibit 73?
The tapestry is on the east wall.
Okay.
East wall. Where would the headboard be?
The bed was on the east wall, it would be right here.
Right? That document, Cam Judge. Exhibit 173. I'm sorry, 117.
You see that headboard and pillows?
Yes,
What wall are they up against there?
well, if the tapestry is on this, in the same location, it would be the east wall.
East wall.
Yes.
Ma'am, would that be consistent with the bed having been moved from the east wall to the north wall at some point between when this photograph was taken and when you made entry?
That was a different distance. Let the question be asked, and you can object to it.
And when you made entry into that apartment?
Objection, speculation. Okay, she wasn't there for this.
I think the question was, it's fair to conclude that the bed was moved between the time that the picture was taken with the headboard on the east wall, time when the headboard was on.
She used to know when that first picture was taken.
He didn't say that. He said when it's between. He said it has to be between the two times. So over.
That be consistent?
Yes,
Ma'am, were you present at the second time that you went to the apartment in Tremont Street?
yes, I was there.
Okay. And was the bed placed against the east wall?
Yes,
If I can have DVD.
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing you 127-11. Is that the bed placed on the east wall?
yes, that's correct.
You see the stain to the left side of the headboard?
Yes,
Did you observe oil marks above the headboard?
yes,
Would that be consistent with the bed being moved in a position that it would cover up the stain that we see on this carpet?
yes,
Would moving the bed contaminate the crime scene?
yes,
What about mopping up blood? Would that contaminate the crime scene, ma'am?
yes,
If somebody were to remove items from a crime scene, would that contaminate the crime scene?
yes, it could, yes,
Cell phones? If they remove a cell phone from a location, could that contaminate the crime scene?
yes,
What about specifically a homicide scene? What about moving the body? Does that contaminate the crime scene?
yes, I'd say that alters the crime scene somewhat, yes,
Alters it? Makes it more difficult to figure out what happened?
yes,
Which transfers easier? Blood that's fresh and wet, or blood that, say, has dried for 4 days?
the fresh and wet would be easier to transfer, and more likely to transfer.
And just so we're clear, if the homicide happened on 11/23, you made entry when?
11/27,
Approximately 4 days later?
28 days.
You mentioned that their bleach can cause blue star reaction. All that testimony?
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as item 175. Is this an item that you've seen before?
Yes.
Where'd you see that?
Jason Chen's apartment.
Specifically, ma'am, where in Jason Chen's apartment?
Lives on the couch.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 41. Do you see the item on this, or in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
2 rolls of paper towels.
Okay. Do you see the packaging, ma'am? It says 6 equals 15.
Yes.
How many rolls of paper towels are left of the pack of 6?
2.
2? Meaning that 4 are gone.
Correct.
Move to admit into evidence 175.
So admitted.
How much bleach did you find inside Mr. Chen's apartment?
I don't recall finding any bleach.
Well, we see an item sitting next to the paper towels there in the center. Can you identify that?
Looks like a bottle of alcohol.
Specifically, do you know what type of alcohol?
Is it the rubbing alcohol?
Rubbing alcohol? Is rubbing alcohol bleach?
No.
No. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a sealed bottle, or a sealed bag containing the alcohol bottle with a Walgreens bag.
Same one that we see sitting right there, a Walgreens bag, you said?
Yes.
What brand isopropyl alcohol is this?
Walgreens.
I moved to admit 176 into evidence.
Admitted.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 22, Walgreens receipt. Would you mind reading what the first item is that was purchased at 7 o'clock p.m. on the 23rd of November, 2022?
It has WALG, IPA, 91%, 16 ounce.
Is that consistent with the bottle of isopropyl alcohol that is now in evidence in this case?
Yes.
What about the last thing purchased on that list? What is that?
Bounty, Appears to be bounty paper towels.
And is that consistent, ma'am, with the paper towels that are now in evidence as Exhibit 175?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see at the very bottom of the receipt that you have in your hand where it says payment type, Visa, debit?
Yes.
Could you please read that number out to the jury?
435546 and then 4189.
Oh. Would you please compare that to the photograph that we have of Mr. Chen's credit card that we admitted into evidence? Part of that exhibit?
Yes, they're on the same numbers.
Same numbers. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you Exhibit 23, another Walgreens receipt. Would you mind pointing out and telling the jury what Mr. Chen purchased at 1:41 p.m.?
Hydrogen peroxide.
And the last item?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Would you compare the payment at the bottom to what's on the screen? Mr. Chen's Regions debit card?
Yes.
Is it the same?
Yes.
That purchase was also on the 23rd, wasn't it?
I did not know.
Sorry. Showing you again, Exhibit 23,
Yes.
at 1 o'clock p.m.
Yes.
Now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 19. Ma'am, would you mind telling the jury what the fourth item down was that was purchased during that transaction?
The fourth item is asparagus.
Sorry.
Fifth,
Below the asparagus.
peroxide.
Peroxide. And that's not bleach, is it?
Correct.
How many bottles of hydrogen peroxide did you find in Mr. Chen's apartment?
I believe the one.
The one
Yes.
that we've just put into evidence?
Yes.
If I told you that item 176 was isopropyl alcohol, is that the only cleaning supply that you found?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you never located any of the other bottles?
Correct.
Counsel asked you about a shoe print in Blue Star, and you pointed out that it was not a shoe print, that it was a footprint. Can you elaborate on that for us?
It appeared to be a footprint, no tread marks or anything like a shoe would have.
Okay. Like a bare foot, like if I took
Yes.
my shoe off, something like that?
Yes.
Was it a large foot, a small foot?
I believe I measured it, from what was there, 9.5 inches.
9 1/2 inches?
Yes.
And you said it wasn't all there. What was missing from it?
It looked like maybe part of the toes.
So, would you say that the foot was longer than 9 1/2 inches?
Probably yes. If they had toes.
If they had toes?
Yes.
Fair enough. Absent a partial amputee, longer than 9 1/2 inches.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, if I could have you come down and open for us the trunk container item 172, the
trunk liner from the Camry. Put it right here.
If any jurors need to stand up to view it better, feel free to do so.
Show the jury the marks that we could see on the trunk liner that you took measurements of. Are there two sets of marks?
Possibly two sets.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I'm going to pull out item 173. How did you compare the suitcase and item 173 to those marks?
I took the measurements I had taken from here and on a scale and my location. And I took that.
You're soft-spoken. I don't know if the jury can hear you.
I'm sorry, I took the piece of scale, a ruler, marked the measurements on here, and then I took that ruler to where the suitcase was.
And were they consistent in size?
Yes.
Were they consistent in the pattern of the two wheels?
It's kind of hard to tell. It's not
But there's
an
two,
ideal surface.
there's two sets of tracks running in parallel.
Yes.
And would these produce two sets of tracks running in parallel?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about a knife, exhibit number 148. Mind opening that up for us? And would you mind pulling that blade cover off? Have the doctor check it.
Sir.
How would you describe the blade of this knife?
It's a smooth edge blade. I think it was approximately 5 inches.
Would you describe it as complete?
Yes.
About how
wide would you say it is, as far as from cutting edge to the spine?
Approximately an inch.
About an inch? Ma'am, I'm handing you, it's going to be marked Exhibit 177. Have you seen that item before?
Yes.
You know what it is?
Yes. Broken knife blade.
You looked at it?
I have.
You know where it came from?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a broken knife blade recovered during autopsy of Jasmine Pace.
I moved to admit it to evidence. Item 177.
Any objection? 177.
I'm going to take it out. Show me the jury. Can we compare the knife, the evidence in 148 with the knife, partial knife tip in Exhibit 177? Are there differences?
That knife is significantly smaller.
Is it intact?
It is intact.
Does it appear as though that came from this knife?
No.
Any indication that this knife was used to murder Jasmine Pace?
No.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you do any forensic testing on these items?
No.
so you collect it but don't test it?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether or not items were submitted to the Tennessee Crime Lab for testing and comparison?
I know some items were sent to the lab.
Specifically, ma'am? Exhibit 141. I'm going to move the evidence signature that's about to fall off
Okay.
to the red. Item 142.
Yes.
Were these items submitted to the TBI crime lab?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not they rendered opinion as to whose DNA is on those
Spots of carpet that you collected?
If I recall correctly,
Objection. May I approach?
are you aware of whether or not a conclusion had been reached regarding those two items of evidence?
From what I recall from.
And not what they are. Do you know
Yes,
whether or
sir.
not they have tested it and reached a conclusion?
Yes.
And just so the jury is reminded, when we're talking about these, the items that we're talking about, is that piece of carpet from the threshold between the bathroom and the bedroom?
Yes.
We read stain, like evidence marker 9.
Yes.
And for context, ma'am, that square came from where in this photograph?
The threshold piece came from right here, and the other piece was over here in this area.
Was there a blue star reaction in close proximity to both of those items that were submitted to the TBI crime lab?
Yes.
Do you know how many items of evidence can be submitted to the TBI crime lab at a time?
I believe for DNA testing or serology, I believe their limit is 10. That's what I've been told by TBI.
And do you transport items to the TBI?
I have on most occasions, yes.
Sure. And is it usually 10 or less items?
Yes.
Okay. So we got 2 of the 10 right here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions?
Do you know the names of those 2 officers that went into the apartment?
Prior to my arrival?
Yes.
No.
They contaminated the scene, didn't they?
They could have.
No, I'm asking you. Did they or did they not contaminate the scene?
They could have.
Did they walk through the scene?
I'm not sure. I know officers walked through, and they could have contaminated the scene.
Did you ever watch their body cameras?
No.
Why not?
I don't typically watch body cams.
But it's your crime scene, right?
Yeah, and I process the crime scene as it is when I arrive there.
If there's video of people going into the crime scene, don't you think that's important to do your job?
That's not necessarily part of my job.
Isn't your job to determine whether, isn't a part of your job to determine whether or not a crime scene was contaminated?
I mean, we would speak with officers, and we'd ask the officers if anything had been moved or anything like that.
Okay. So that means you spoke to Officer Bracelet?
No.
Or it must have been Officer Creighton?
Somebody could have spoken to them.
Who?
Or they normally tell us if anything has been moved. Normally it would be a gun or something like that.
In this case, who?
Nobody had informed us that anything had been moved.
So when you did your first investigation, you didn't know at the time those 2 officers had been in there?
I knew officers had been in there.
Okay. And you didn't talk to them before you did your investigation?
That's correct.
But you at least spoke to them after you did your investigation?
No.
Yeah. Were you aware, or we talked about earlier, the family went into the apartment, the Pace family and Bean family, they went into the apartment?
Correct.
Okay. They contaminated the scene as well, right?
They could have.
Did you interview or talk with any
As
of
a
them?
crime scene investigator, we do not talk to witnesses.
Did you talk to another law enforcement officer that interviewed them, that asked about whether or not they contaminated the scene?
If I spoke with anyone, it would have been Detective Crawford.
Wouldn't it have been helpful to know where they went into the apartment?
Like I said, that it was pretty much a shotgun apartment. It's pretty much one way in, one way out.
So it wouldn't have been helpful?
I don't know that it would have made a difference in this case.
The more information that you have about a crime scene, the better, right?
Of course.
So you had an opportunity, if not you, but another law enforcement officer could have talked to them to find out information about and contaminated the scene.
We could have, yeah.
But no one did that. As far as you,
I don't know if Detective Crawford did or not, I don't know.
but he didn't talk to you about that.
If something had been changed or altered, he probably would have talked to me about it.
The knife that wasn't used here, the silver knife, example number 11, that wasn't tested for DNA,
Correct.
and that was your choice or someone else's choice?
I mean, we could take a DNA swab of it, but ultimately it would have to be sent to the lab, and TBI preferred that the actual item be sent for testing.
So the knife wasn't sent, was a sample of it sent? A swab, as you said?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Was it ever tested for fingerprints?
I don't believe so, no. Because at the time, we didn't know if it was going to be tested for DNA.
But it wasn't tested for DNA, so then did you test it for fingerprints?
No, because I would not know if it was going to be tested at a later time for DNA, and I would not want to fingerprint it to compromise any
That makes sense.
DNA.
So whose choice was it to not ultimately look for fingerprints on it? Yours or someone else's?
I mean, ultimately, it's my choice because I wouldn't want to compromise any potential DNA if it was going to be sent to the lab.
After you, no, you're misunderstanding. After you had already decided you're not sending it off to the TBI crime lab for DNA, and you're not doing a swab of it for DNA, why can't you do fingerprints then?
Once I submit it to property and evidence, I would have to receive a processing request to process it any further.
And that would come from the lead investigator?
Usually, yes.
Was that knife ever evaluated by a tool mark through a tool mark identification expert?
I don't believe so, no.
That knife was found on Jason's Chen's bed?
Yes,
You have no idea who put it there.
that is correct.
Can rubbing alcohol cause the false positive blue star?
I'm not for certain. I know that some cleaning chemicals and bleach can.
But as far as the alcohol that was found in Jason Chen's apartment, you don't know?
I do not know.
Just because you didn't find any bleach bottles doesn't mean bleach wasn't used though, right?
It's not impossible.
Things could have been thrown away?
Correct.
You obviously collect blood samples.
Yes.
Do you put water on it to swab it?
If it's a dry sample, we'll use distilled water
Why?
to prevent contamination.
You put, well, no, not the distilled part, but why do you put water on it?
To get a sample from a dry specimen.
Because it's easier to lift when it's wet.
Correct.
If someone cleaned up blood, would the blood not be distorted? You'd see, wipes and smears.
You could, yes.
And in the Blue Star, didn't you see wipes and smears?
I saw a lot of stuff in the Blue Star. I mean, like I said, the whole room, from the living room to the bathroom into the bedroom was lit up.
Did you see wipes and smears?
I just saw a reaction to the Blue Star. There could have been wipes, there could have been smears.
Did you document those wipes and smears?
The Blue Star reaction was documented with photographs.
Did you document the Blue Star reaction of wipes and smears?
No.
If you're cleaning dry blood with cleaning materials, that would make it easier to transfer.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your first search could have been more thorough?
Aside from the carpet, yes. honestly.
You could have moved the furniture, you could have moved the bed, right?
Correct.
And that would have been a very thorough investigation if you had moved the
It
bed?
would have been a more thorough investigation, yes.
Because anything movable should have been moved in this case.
It could have been, yes.
I know you said this was your crime scene. Was anyone else at the crime scene directing you what to do?
Initially, no. And then as more, I guess, intel came in from the detectives, they would have us look for specific items then, like clothing items.
So your crime scene became someone else's crime scene?
No, we just received additional information as far as what to look for.
And someone directed you on how to conduct your investigation?
No, I don't think so.
Or just one moment.
Sir?
Any further questions?
You regret.
No, Your Honor.
I know the jury has questions for this witness. Ms. Johnson, the jury has some questions. So I'm going to ask them if you can face the jury when answering, please. Were any used towels or used paper towels located or collected?
From the primary scene, no. No used towels or paper towels were collected.
From any other scene?
I believe when I processed the vehicle, I think there was some paper towels in there that appeared used. That's the only ones I can think of right now.
Okay. Can you explain how peroxide might be a useful cleaning agent?
Not really, no. I don't know why it's a cleaning agent.
Were the interior of the dumpsters at 110 Tremont Street searched for any disposed evidence?
Yes, I believe myself and Officer Mills were inside the dumpster, searching the dumpsters, removing items to look for any potential evidence.
Was a wine bottle opener or corkscrew located?
I don't recall either one of those, no.
What were the 10 items sent to the TBI for expedited processing? If you know.
I do not know what all the items were that were sent.
That probably answered the second one. I'll ask anyway just to make sure. Were any other items sent to TBI for normal processing?
I'm not sure.
If you know, why were the pants and sanitary pad retrieved beside the dumpster, the knife on the bed, and the carpet and padding from the bedroom not tested?
I do not know.
Was Blue Star applied to some parts of the apartment that did not cause a reaction?
Yes.
What were those areas?
From what I recall, there was several areas in the bedroom that did not have a reaction, and the bathroom shower did not have a reaction. And I believe the east wall of the kitchen, there was not a reaction over there.
Okay, so a juror asked a question, but will have to be a foundation laid first before you can answer this question. Okay, so I'm going to ask this foundational question first. Have you had any experience, education, or training on estimating the size of a knife from simply looking at a broken tip?
No.
Is Blue Star sprayed widely over a general area or in close range in a tight zone? Can you further explain the actual application of the product?
Once the chemical reagent is mixed up, it is in a spray bottle that emits a fine mist. So imagine maybe a 4 or 8 ounce bottle of a fine mist, so that your area is not generally going to be a huge area. So it's going to be more of a do it in a section area.
Who notified CSU to go back to the Tremont complex in January?
I can only speak that I was notified by my supervisor.
In the same unit, CSU unit?
Yes,
Okay.
my crime scene supervisor.
Were any of Jasmine Pace's belongings identified and submitted as evidence when you searched Jason Chen's apartment?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you check or count the trash bags to see if any were missing? If so, did the amount match what was found when the suitcase was located?
From what I recall, I believe there was 3 trash bags used on Jasmine Pace. And I believe in the box was either 11 or 12 remaining.
And are you aware of how many trash bags were recovered when Jasmine recovered?
I believe 3.
And did that match the amount in the box, or do you know?
Not the total amount, no.
Any redirect based on what the jury asked?
And the jury asked a question regarding parts of the apartment that did not have a Blue Star reaction. Were there any parts of the apartment that had a greater degree, a concentration of Blue Star reaction than others?
Yes, the area behind the couch, in the kitchen, and in the bathroom. Those were the highest concentrations of the Blue Star reaction.
And the garbage bags have been admitted into evidence. And you believe that there were 3 used to package Jasmine Pace in the suitcase.
Correct.
But you don't know how many were in the box.
I believe there was 11 or 12 remaining.
Would you mind opening it up just to be able to tell the jury how many are supposed to be in there?
Forty.
40?
40.
You believe there was 12 or so left,
11 or 12.
so the majority of the box was gone.
Correct.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
You recross.
You found 3 connected paper towels in the Camry,
I believe so, yes.
and those were collected in evidence.
Yes, I believe so.
Did they have any blood on them?
I did not observe any visible blood on them, no.
Did you do any other testing on it?
I did not.
Did you submit it to TBI for testing?
I did not.
Was there any evidence collected that Jason Chen had purchased trash bags at Walmart?
I do not know.
This is all your evidence, right? You're the one that's inventoried all of this.
I don't know what the specific receipts would say if I didn't collect them, the receipts.
There are receipts and evidence though, right?
I believe there are some, yes.
Did Jason, were there purchase for trash bags on the Walmart receipt?
On the receipts that I observed, I don't recall any trash bags.
Or the Walgreens, just to be sure?
Correct.
Does hydrogen peroxide remove blood?
I don't know.
As a crime scene investigator, you have to take training. You have to undergo training, right?
Correct.
You take classes.
Correct.
And you have to familiarize yourself with blood, right?
Correct.
Blood stains,
Yes.
blood patterns,
Yes.
different substances that might affect blood.
Somewhat, but not real specific, no.
Wouldn't it be important for a crime scene investigator to know what reacts with blood?
It could be, yes.
And sitting here today, you don't know whether hydrogen peroxide,
I mean, I'm sure any liquid would react with blood.
you're sure hydrogen peroxide would react with blood?
Probably any liquid would.
What
It
would
distort it.
and distort it?
Yes.
Do they put peroxide in laundry detergent?
I don't know.
Did you look for any wine bottle openers?
No.
Did you look for any corkscrews?
No.
Did you open up the cabinets in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you open up the drawers in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you specifically look for any items that could open a wine bottle in those drawers or cabinets?
No, I was not looking for that specific item.
One moment. Please. Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any further questions for this witness? No. All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. You may step down. It's almost 4 o'clock. This would be time for a mid-afternoon break. Let's go ahead and take that and be back in 15 minutes. Keep on moving that so they can walk Mr. Chen.
Yes.
Need recess for 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to, that's why I wanted to.
And we'll call our next witness.
State calls Kristen Schubert, formerly known as Kristen Booker. Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Investigator Kristen Schubert,
And how do you spell your last name, ma'am?
Shubert.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Chattanooga Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
What do you do specifically for the crime scene unit?
I am a crime scene investigator,
How long have you worked in that capacity as a crime scene investigator?
going on 8 years.
Have you received any kind of specialized training that assists you in the performance of your duties as a crime scene investigator?
I have, when you first get hired on there, you do 6 months of field training with a senior investigator. I have attended and graduated from the National Forensic Academy. I am certified through them as a crime scene investigator. I am also a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification, which is the largest forensic organization. I have received additional training in crime scene reconstruction, shooting incident reconstruction, death investigation, bloodstain pattern analysis, and advanced bloodstain pattern analysis.
What is the National Forensics Academy?
It is a intensive 10-week-long forensic training school in which investigators from all over the country and sometimes from overseas will be sent by their departments to stay at that location for 10 weeks of various forensic disciplines.
Where's that held?
That is in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Who puts that on?
It's called the Law Enforcement Innovation Center. It's part of the LEIC, which is connected to the UT Knoxville campus. It is located in Oak Ridge, but it's an offset from the UT.
What's LEIC?
Law Enforcement Innovation Center.
Okay. Ma'am, I'd like to ask you, were you working as a crime scene investigator on November the 28th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
On that day, did you have an occasion to respond to 110 Tremont Street, specifically apartment 210?
Yes, I was requested by Investigator Johnson.
What time were you requested?
I believe she called me somewhere around 7 a.m. and I arrived there around 8:20 that morning.
Were you responsible for that crime scene?
I was not.
How long had other investigators been there, do you know?
Several hours, as far as I'm aware.
Why were you called in?
I was called in by Investigator Johnson to just assist in the documentation of the Blue Star process.
Now, ma'am, we've seen a lot of Blue Star pictures, and I promise this will be the last one. It's okay. Now, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as item 178. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, what are the difficulties in taking photographs of Blue Star?
The camera settings need to be adjusted on the camera to help capture because it is such a faint reaction sometimes. You have to adjust the camera's sensitivity to light to be able to capture that glow from the Blue Star if there is a positive reaction.
Did you take that photograph that we see there?
Yes, I did.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the Blue Star reaction that you observed in the photograph on the 28th of November 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, move to admit that photograph into evidence.
Okay, exhibit 178.
Yes, Your Honor, and I previously showed it.
for us to get them. There we go. All right. Now, ma'am, the photograph in question that was just admitted into evidence, I'm going to project up on the screen. There we go. Ma'am, is that the photograph that was just admitted into evidence that you took at 110 Tremont Street on the 28th day of November 2022?
Yes, it is.
Tell the jury what Blue Star is.
Blue Star is a chemiluminescent blood reagent, and investigators use it to help identify areas of interest where the blood may not be visible to the naked eye. When it is applied, it reacts with the iron in your blood, and if there's a positive reaction, you will see that blue or light blue glow, and that is then documented with photographs, and swabs of those areas are taken for further testing.
Have you received specialized training on the application of Blue Star
We have received training on the application, yes.
at the National Forensics Academy?
Yes.
So are there other substances other than the iron in blood that can cause a Blue Star reaction?
There are several false positives with Blue Star.
Such as?
There's weasel blood, ferret blood, which is an odd thing. There's some root vegetables, some cleaning products.
I'd like to focus on the cleaning products. What type of cleaning products?
There's all kinds of different ones. Bleach in specific will give a false positive. However, the reaction looks different than that of blood.
How does it look different than that of blood?
Depending on how soon it's been applied, sometimes it can look more white. It's not quite as an intense, long-lasting glow that you might get from blood. So you'll see it, and then it will fade rather quickly. And like I said, sometimes it's not quite as blue. It's more of a white, very, very light blue reaction.
Do you know whether or not isopropyl alcohol can give a false positive under Blue Star?
I would have to look up specifically, but I know that there are several chemicals, some root vegetables, and then obviously animals within that family that will.
But you don't know hydrogen peroxide or isopropyl alcohol?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. So after you assisted with the photographing of the Blue Star reaction that we see here, were you able to make any observations about how high up the various walls, the door that we see right there in that photograph, the Blue Star reaction went?
In this particular instance, I know when I was there, we did not spray all the way up to ceilings and things like that. It was midway up the door. In this particular case, the door handle is, it's kind of level with the door handle area.
Which would be approximately how high off the ground?
3.5 feet.
3.5 feet, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Standard size door, though?
Yeah.
In addition to doing the Blue Star photography, did you observe blood on any other surfaces inside 110 Tremont?
There were several items or several areas marked in that apartment when I arrived that was being handled by the lead investigators and the other investigators that were on scene prior to my arrival.
Do you know who the lead investigator was on scene?
Investigator Johnson.
And you mentioned other areas being handled. What were those other areas?
They were in the living room, bathroom. There were areas in the bedroom that had been marked, and carpet samples had been taken. This all occurred prior to me getting there. I observed some areas in the bathroom that were near the door frame that had been marked, down below near the floor in the door jamb area. These had all been marked by Investigator Johnson prior to my arrival.
Are you familiar with a term called cast off?
I am.
What is cast off, ma'am?
Ultimately, in very layman's terms, it is basically a blood-bearing item in motion where the blood then releases from that item and comes into contact with a surface, whether that be a wall, a chair, a ceiling.
What do you mean by a blood-bearing object?
So if you were to use a baseball bat and hit somebody with a baseball bat, that first impact is not going to cause necessarily blood to be on that bat to be dispersed in a cast-off pattern. Once the skull is fractured or opened and blood starts to pool in that area, the second hit to somebody would then create more blood to be deposited on the bat. Once that bat is then pulled backwards again in motion after blood has been dispersed onto that item, then the blood drops would release from the object as it's in motion, and when it comes into contact with another surface, it creates what they call a cast-off pattern.
Do they have a unique appearance?
Generally, depending on the size of the item, sometimes you get more elongated or elliptical type shape in a very kind of linear pattern. Like I said, the baseball bat would create a closer to 90-degree blood drop in the beginning as it hits the ceiling, and as it goes backwards, it becomes much more, the blood drops become much more linear, much more elongated as it goes backwards, depending on the angle that that blood drop is hitting that surface.
Does it create like a teardrop shape?
If there is directionality as to where that blood drop is traveling, you will have like a terminal end. So you've got your leading edge where the blood drop hits your surface, and then as it hits your surface, it starts to stretch out and sometimes will leave what's called a tail. The tail is indicating the direction that blood drop was traveling when it hit the surface.
Did you observe any cast off in 110 Tremont Street?
There was one spot in the picture that I saw in the bathroom. I observed there were two very small stains by the door frame that leads from the bathroom into the bedroom. There were two very small stains up above, kind of off to the, I guess it would be the east. So up into the east of the door frame, there were two blood drops that I saw that had tails on them, indicating they were traveling up and east of the door frame.
Thank you, Matt. For context, this has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 53.
You referenced a door frame leading into a bedroom. Do you see that door frame in this photograph?
It would be this door frame.
In which wall did you observe the cast off?
It would be this wall.
Okay. For reference, we can see a kind of silver metallic object that's running horizontally with a circular end. Do you recall what that was?
That was like a towel bar.
Towel bar? Okay, thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to familiarize yourself with Exhibit 179. It's a collective exhibit, 1 through 8. Okay? Would you mind taking a look at those? You recognize this one?
I do.
What do they depict, General?
This is the area that we were just discussing in the bathroom, that's just east of the door frame in the photo.
Do they fairly and accurately show what you saw?
Yes.
Move to admit into evidence 179, 1 to 8.
So admitted.
Can I publish? Thank you. All right, ma'am. This is 179-1. Could you please point out to the jury where in this photograph the blood is in your reference?
Up here, where you can see these tails on the end of the stains.
So, if we were to look at that for directionality, what general direction was it coming from?
So if you're looking at the tails are going this direction, which means the blood, the leading edge of the blood stain was down here below, showing that the blood drops came from this general direction.
Okay, so zooming back out would place it down towards the door itself,
That's correct.
and the threshold of the door, the transition from one room to the other.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Now I'm going to show you 179-2. Is that just a closer picture?
Yes, it's the same area of the door.
179-3.
This is a close-up of some of the spatter that was below that. The drops that we were looking at a second ago are up here towards the top.
When you say spatter below it, could you please point that out for the jury?
It's these more circular drops on the wall that don't, from what I can see from this photo, don't show as much directionality as the other ones.
And I zoomed in. Would you mind pointing those out again?
These ones.
So even though it's got somewhat of an elongation, it's not sufficient for you, based upon your training at the National Forensics Academy and also the blood pattern.
Advanced blood stain patterns.
Not enough to draw any conclusions on that.
There's small tail here, and possibly here, but because of the angle of the photo and the clarity of the photo, I would stick with the ones that are very evident, that they have directionality in it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And now 179-4, 5, and 6. Is what we see in photograph 6 one of those ones that you described as having a tail?
This is, you can see, it's hard to see in that photo because
I
there's
can
glare,
zoom in a little more.
but there's a leading edge right here. Then the blood drop hits the rest, it elongates, and then the tail is the terminal end where that blood stain ends.
Thank you, ma'am. In addition to responding to 110 Tremont Street, taking the photograph and taking a look at some blood on the east wall of the bathroom, which is the wall separating the bedroom from the bathroom to bedroom, did you collect any evidence in this case?
Right before I was about to leave the scene, Investigative Patrol from the homicide unit pulled up and stated that there was an item that was still inside the apartment that was of interest, and she entered with me and we collected a 1/4 zip gray long sleeve
Do you recall the brand of the?
I do not.
Okay. Might have them look on.
I'm handing you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as item 153. If you want to take a look at this, tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is the shirt I entered with investigative control to collect from inside the apartment.
So that's the 1/4 zip sweatshirt, sweater, whatever you want to call it, that you collected.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Was that the only item that you collected at 110 Tremont Street?
yes, it is.
Were you working the following day? The
Yes, I was.
29th? Okay. On that day, did you happen to do anything regarding the missing person case at this point of Miss Jasmine Pace?
I was contacted by Detective Slaughter from the homicide unit and asked to begin processing of the Jasmine Pace vehicle.
Specifically, ma'am, what were you looking for inside the vehicle?
He had instructed us to do DNA, fingerprints, and Blue Star, and then look for receipts from a certain day to the day of the search.
One of the places that you looked for DNA evidence was that steering wheel.
Yes, it was.
Why would you look at the steering wheel of the vehicle for DNA?
The steering wheels obviously are a highly touched location. You have to maneuver and manipulate the steering wheel when driving. There is a braided surface on the inside of most steering wheels that is a little more abrasive. So when you're looking at touch DNA and where somebody might slough off DNA at, that abraded, rougher surface of your steering wheel where you're grabbing and you're maneuvering it a lot is a good location to swap for that.
You mentioned touch DNA. What is touch DNA?
It's just, they're able to do more with less. They don't need quite as big of a sample nowadays to be able to identify somebody. So touch DNA is just saying that when you touch something, we're gonna go and swab it, and the lab now is able to use such a minute amount to get your DNA profile that it's called touch DNA.
Just because you swab something, is there a guarantee that you're going to collect a large enough quantity of DNA for analysis based on
Absolutely not.
results? Okay. So it's just kind of a shot, hoping that you catch something.
More or less, there are several areas that we would do on a vehicle, knowing the lab has told us some of them don't usually produce much for us, but we do it because there is an off chance that we might get it, so.
And in this case, did you actually swab the steering wheel for touch DNA?
We do it to collect DNA, yes.
Did you do it on this particular occasion?
Yes, I did.
How do you collect that?
The cotton swabs come in packets of 2. So we would put on gloves, you would open the package of cotton swabs, like I said, there's 2 in each package. We use distilled sterile water, it comes in a little container. You break open that container, you would then wet one of the swabs, leaving one dry. In the area in which you're wanting to collect, you would then use both swabs in that area, the wet and the dry. Then you would package those in a DNA box. That DNA box is then placed in another container, and that is sent to the lab for testing.
Why would you need to wet the swab first?
There are several reasons. Sometimes it might be really hot outside or something, and those cells might be stuck to something, so you dampen that surface and then use the dry one to collect behind it. In cases where you've got a wet stain, it may not be necessary to wet one and have one dry, because if you're doing a pooling of blood per se, it's already wet, so you just use both swabs in that wet spot. When you're talking about a drier location, sometimes you need to wet it or hydrate that area a little bit and then use the dry swab to come behind it and collect it off that surface.
So if it's wet, it's easier to transfer from the surface to the cotton swab.
Rather than something that's stuck to a surface, yes.
And dry.
Yes.
How long does it take for something to dry out like that?
Yes, it depends on the environmental conditions.
Sure. Could dry out in an
would assume so, yes.
Blood specifically, can that dry out in a couple of days?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 180. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the swab taken from the steering wheel of the Equinox.
Did it belong to whom?
Jasmine Pace.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence 180, the swab taken from Jasmine Pace's steering wheel.
So moved.
Now, was that item submitted to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that's indicated by what?
They have their crime scene, their tape at the bottom that specifically says TBI lab.
So that item was sent to the lab.
Yes, it was.
I'd like to fast forward, if I could, to December the 1st, 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, it was.
Where were you working?
The Chattanooga Police Department crime scene unit.
On the afternoon of the 1st, were you sent to another location?
I was contacted by the homicide division and notified that they believed they had found a suitcase possibly containing human remains off of Subfloor Road.
Did you respond to that location?
I did.
When you arrived, who all was present?
There were several people present. There were several officers as well as several individuals from the homicide unit. Shortly after I arrived, the medical examiner also arrived.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the suitcase?
I did. It was pulled up onto level ground by the time I had arrived on scene, but I did observe it and document and photograph that and collect evidence from that area.
Ma'am, I'm now going to retrieve from what's been previously marked for identification only as 173. Would you please tell me if you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is the suitcase that was recovered at Subfloor Road.
Where I move at this time, item 173 into evidence.
So moved.
Where did this suitcase go after Subfloor Road?
Because we believed it had human remains inside of it, the medical examiner wanted it transported as is. So Hamilton County EMS came out to the scene. They loaded the suitcase onto the EMS truck and transported it to the medical examiner's office.
Where did you go to the medical examiner's office as well?
Yes, I did.
And what happened when you all arrived at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner x-rayed the suitcase, and then once determining what was inside, I began documenting as we removed these remains.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 181, 1 through 5. Would you familiarize yourself with those?
Generally, what do those photographs show?
This is a series of photos that shows the process. Once we removed the victim from the suitcase while inside the bags, we placed them on the table. And this is a series of photos to show the process of taking each layer of the garbage bags off. And so it depicts that process.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit and evidence the collected exhibit.
So moved.
Your Honor, I would also give an admonition that at least one of these photos some people may find disturbing.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the photos has been indicated is going to be graphic in nature. If it's something that is going to require you to leave the courtroom, you probably should do that. I'll remind the media of the court's admonition earlier. Sir.
showing you 181-1. You recognize the individual shown on the right side of this photograph?
Yes, I do. That is Dr. Cogswell.
Who is he?
He is the Hamilton County Medical Examiner.
And what are we looking at in the center of this photograph, ma'am?
This is the bags with the victim's remains in it outside of the suitcase.
In all, how many layers of bags were there?
There were 3.
1812. What does this photograph show?
This is looking into layer number 2. We had just cut the outside layer of the bag. Here. And on the inside, you can see the second layer.
1813.
This would be when we entered the innermost layer, the 3rd layer of the garbage bags.
Ma'am, there appears to be a metallic object towards the center of this photograph. Can you identify those for us?
This is the set of handcuffs, one to her wrist and one to her ankle.
On which side?
Her right side.
1814.
This is Dr. Cogswell peeling back each layer of the garbage bags.
And the one, Judge, that people probably find most disturbing, 1815. What are we looking at here?
This is just another view as we're getting through the layers of garbage bags to the victim. And you can see I believe it's the shackle on the left side.
Left shackle.
And the left, around the left ankle.
What's the difference between the handcuffs and the shackle?
Well, the handcuff had 2 locations. So there was one to attach to her hand and one to her ankle. The shackle only had 1 cinch and then a chain.
Were you present for the entirety of the autopsy?
I was not. I was there to collect the suitcase as well as the garbage bags after they were removed. They needed to dry out, so I took custody of those items and I left. I did not stay further.
Now, I'm handing what's been marked for identification as item 182. Have you seen item 182 before?
Yes, this is the garbage bag, number 1, the most exterior.
So going back to 181-1, that would be the garbage bag that we see in its entirety. That's the only bag that we can see in this photo.
That's correct.
And you collected that from the medical examiner's office?
That's correct.
Did you place that item into evidence?
It was hung to dry. Once it was finished processing, yes, it did go to property.
That's the same bag.
Yes, it is.
Move 182 into evidence, Your Honor. Manny, was been marked for identification as 183. Recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the middle garbage bag, the second layer.
So if we're looking at 181-2, can we see it in that photo?
It would have been this layer here.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's the same garbage bag shown in that photograph in the middle.
Yes, it is.
I'll move 183 into evidence, Your Honor.
So moved.
Finally, ma'am, please take a look at this. Tell me if you've seen it before.
This is layer number 3. So this would have been the one closest to the victim.
Going now to 181-3, where would that be? Thank you. Now, ma'am, you mentioned a drying process. Where was that done?
We had set up a drying area in our vehicle processing bay. We hung string from the ceiling and we were able to document like which bag was which, and then hang them to dry with butcher paper below them to catch anything that would fall from them.
Handing you, it's been marked for identification as 185.
You recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What does it depict?
This is what the bags look like in the vehicle processing bag after they go home.
Fairly and accurately show that?
Yes, it does.
Moved into evidence, I'm sorry.
Got it myself.
We got winning enforcement, is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, 184 would be the garbage bag, I'll put that into evidence. 185. Sorry. Could you please tell us which bag is number 1, which one's number 2, and which one's number 3 in this photograph?
So it's hard to see. I had actually drawn it on this, and I believe they were labeled at some point. But I believe this is the outermost, the middle is the middle, and then this was the innermost.
Okay.
bag.
And after they were dried out, did you package them?
After they were dried out, they were swabbed for DNA and processed for fingerprints, and then they were packaged.
Okay. So after that process, they were packaged and placed into evidence.
That's correct.
Now, since we're on the topic of DNA, did you take any swabs of the suitcase?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, ma'am, what parts of that suitcase did you swab?
I believe I swabbed all of the handled areas, the pull-up handle, the zipper area. I was, again, looking for areas that are high-touch areas on a suitcase that might have the highest probability to produce any DNA.
Of course, you got it. Now I'm handing you what's been marked. It is 186. You've seen that before?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the swab from the suitcases. I called it the pull-out handle because I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but the handle that pulls up from the back.
Would you mind stepping down with the glove and showing the jury where that is? Okay, so that's the pull-up handle.
That's what I call
Sure. Okay. And Judge, may she stay there? Is that
Want to turn the microphone around so they can hear her better?
Yes. Next, ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked is Exhibit 187. You know where that came from?
the pulled areas of bag number 1.
Okay. And what would that be?
That would be the garbage bags.
So that came from garbage bag number 1 being exhibit number 182. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And did you collect that using the same process that you described earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm handing you what I will mark as exhibit 188. You recognize that item?
This is a swab from the areas that appear to be pulled on the bag number 2, the garbage bag.
For the record, bag number 2 is which item?
That is 191, it's the middle bag.
And as far as exhibit is concerned?
183.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Handing you now 189 for identification.
This is a swab from bag number 3, again in the areas that look to have been stretched or pulled on the garbage bag.
Okay, and for the record, bag number 3 is exhibit number what?
184.
Thank you. You may second. So you collected all of these from those items that you previously testified about.
Yes, I did.
Mayor, at this time, I would move into evidence exhibit 186, 187, 188, 189.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you ever receive the shackles and handcuffs from the medical examiner's office?
I did on the second, I believe, I responded to the medical examiner's office to retrieve the items that were collected during autopsy, which included the handcuffs and shackle and swabs and victim's clothing.
What did you do upon receipt of the shackles and the handcuffs?
These two items were again swabbed for DNA.
On what portion?
Again, you're going to look at the chain or the area that cinches down that's kind of rough and more likely to pull skin cells or DNA off somebody.
Collected those using the same process and procedures that you described earlier?
That's correct.
And he has been marked for identification purposes as 190, 191. What are those two items?
This
When you say
exhibit
this,
190
yes, ma'am.
is the swab from the pair of shackles.
And 191?
191 is going to be the swab from the handcuffs.
And you collected both of those?
That's correct, I did.
Move to admit into evidence 190, 191.
So admitted.
Ma'am, all these swabs that we've just admitted into evidence, are you able to tell whether they were submitted for testing at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Based on the tape stating that it was from the TBI lab, I would say yes, they were sent for testing.
If I could have a moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, I'd like to return for a moment to the three garbage bags that we see hanging in the picture. How did you differentiate the various bags from each other?
So I made notes at the MD's office, and then when I got to that location, up here, up here on the countertop, I made a diagram that because I knew APHIS was going to get involved for fingerprinting so that they were aware of what the inside versus the outside of the bag was and in which layer was which. I drew out a diagram at the front of that showing as it's hanging on the rope, is the side touching the rope on the inside of the bag or the outside of the bag as to how it was on her body, as well as which layer of the garbage bags it was, whether it was the exterior most or the interior most or the middle. And I believe that's how and Sergeant, now Lieutenant Franklin, was aware of how.
So the bag that was touching Jasmine Pace's body was numbered how?
They would have just been, it would have been the back, like as I'm standing there, the furthest back from where I was.
What number did you assign to the bag that was touching Jasmine Pace's body?
192, I believe.
No, did you number the bags individually?
Oh, so number 3,
One, two,
yes, 1, 2, and 3.
yes, ma'am. So which number was touching Jasmine Pace's body?
That would have been number 3.
In the bag, the middle layer bag was bag number what?
2,
And the outermost bag is bag number?
number 1.
Thank you. And you labeled them both inside and outside?
As
for
to what was
APHIS?
touching, yes.
Sure. So the outermost edge of the outermost bag would be outside bag 1.
Yes,
Then you have inside bag 1.
yes,
Then outside bag 2.
yes,
Then inside bag 2.
correct,
Then outside bag 3.
yes,
And inside bag 3.
correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. It's Mrs. Schubert now.
That's correct, it is, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let me ask you about Jasmine's car. You're the one that did the investigation in her car.
That's correct.
Did you collect any receipts on her vehicle?
I would have to refer back to the evidence report, but I believe, I know several of them were photographed. Several receipts were photographed.
Can you please identify this for us?
Yes, this is a receipt for a hemp company.
Can you open it, please? Or do you need scissors?
Yes.
What is that?
And this is an Elevate Hemp Company receipt.
Is that the receipt that you found in Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
It's best I can move this in evidence, whatever exhibit number we're on.
I would like to see, I would like to see.
I got 192 is next. I got the last one, 191 swallows on the handcuffs.
Okay.
May I have the,
Yes, well, just to catch up, I'm gonna make sure we're on the same page with exhibits. I believe the last exhibit 4 was swap from the handcuffs, 191. I'll make this one 192.
Here.
I'm sorry, you wanted document name?
yes.
What?
Mrs. Schubert, when is this receipt dated?
This would be 11/22 of 2022 at 3:16 p.m.
And what's the customer's name?
Jasmine Pace.
And what did she purchase?
I'm not really in on the, what all that is, but it looks like hemp, disposable 2G, grape ape, sugar, whatever, sugar cane, slur cane, can't read what that says, and then whatever infrared.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me ask you about your investigation at Jason's Chen's apartment. Did you spray the Blue Star?
I did not.
You sprayed the Blue Star.
And I believe Investigator Brown,
Who held the light?
Investigator Johnson.
And what did you do?
I was behind the camera.
Was it low light?
There was some light available through the sliding glass door in the bedroom, but in the living room area it was quite dark. So at some points in time, sometimes the use of the light to bring a little more so that someone can see if there is a reaction, what the reaction is on. So sometimes a little extra light is used.
Did you have auxiliary lights?
We did not.
Would an auxiliary lights be useful?
Sometimes it's overpowering. The way you adjust your camera, sometimes that a flash of light. We're not turning lights on like in this room. When we're utilizing a flashlight, it's more, you turn it on, turn it off. It's just a burst of light, not a constant light. So a flashlight or some sort of external light would just be used quickly.
Wouldn't you say the brightness of the light might change the brightness of the fluorescence of the Blue Star?
No, ultimately not. The light is just lighting the environment. The camera is still capturing the same result. So with the light off, you would almost argue that it fluoresces more with no other external lighting than without it, or with it.
You weren't in the courtroom, but we saw these Blue Star pictures that you took, right?
Some of them, yes.
Who took the others?
There were some taken prior to me getting there.
Had someone already applied Blue Star before you got there?
I think they took a couple before I got there, yes.
Who?
I would not be able to answer that.
Why do you, if you know the reason, why wouldn't they wait for you to get there?
Sometimes people have difficulty with their camera, and I think that's what they were having is they needed some assistance with the documentation portion on the camera, which is why they called me to assist with the camera settings.
Because one person has to control the light,
If you have that many people, yes, one person controls the light.
and one person has to spray the Blue Star, right?
Yes.
And then one person has to take the pictures.
If you have that many people to provide that, yes. Sometimes somebody taking a picture might also have to flash a flashlight if you don't have 3 investigators available.
So you weren't in here when we saw all these pictures. Sometimes the Blue Star on that screen looks very different than the Blue Star on that screen. Why is that?
I would assume it's the resolution on the monitors.
So when you get these pictures, the resolution of those pictures can also change the fluorescence of the Blue Star, or the strength of the fluorescence of the Blue Star.
I'm not a camera expert, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I know that in person, the reactions were very bright in person, as well as what it showed on the picture.
Did you Blue Star the walls in the bedroom?
No.
Why not?
They had a layout of what they were blue starring, and like I said, I was there to just capture the reaction.
So it wasn't up to you.
No, I was not making decisions. It was not my scene.
Did you Blue Star the bathroom, the walls of the bathroom?
The walls of the bathroom, I do not believe, no.
What is the Castlemeyer test?
It's a presumptive test.
Castlemeyer is a presumptive test.
Presumptive, yes. It's also known as phenolphthalein. It's part of the phenolphthalein test. We do not refer to it as Castlemeyer. We use hemosticks. We also use OBTI because it's blood specific for human blood, as opposed to phenolphthalein.
Are all those tests presumptive tests?
They all are,
Okay.
including Blue Star.
And there is testing that you could have done that would confirm blood. Not presumptive, but could confirm it, right?
All of the tests we do on scenes are presumptive tests. At no point in time do we do any confirmatory other than an OBTI will tell us it's human.
There are tests available to investigators. You may, CPD, Chattanooga Police Department may not have them, but there are tests that forensic investigators can use at the scene to determine whether or not it is blood and can confirm it, right?
I'm sure there is some sort of machine or something out there that can be used, but we do not possess it.
So you said that there were spots of what you call cast-off on the walls of the bathroom.
I described what cast-off was, and I also described what the stain looked like. I did not do a blood stain analysis at this scene, so I'm not labeling anything as a a specific pattern. I'm describing what the stain looks like.
The stains on the bathroom wall, that you call that cast off, am I wrong?
I did not call it cast off. That's how it was described to me, and I described the stain and what the stain looked like.
Was that misleading to call it cast off then?
No, I did not do an analysis at the scene, so I'm not labeling it as any type of pattern. I'm describing what this stain specifically looks like, which could be consistent with a cast-off pattern when looked at the totality of the scene.
Did you do a swab of the stain on the bathroom wall?
I did not know. It was not my scene.
So there was no confirmatory tests performed on that, right?
That's correct.
It wasn't collected as a swab,
That's correct.
and because there's no swab, nothing was sent to TBI.
That's correct.
If it was cast off, you don't know which object, if an object it came from.
No, it could have been a hand, could have been a knife, could have been a blood-bearing object in motion.
Could have been a t-shirt. It could be anything.
In essence, yes.
Did you observe blue star reactions on the floor?
Yes.
Did you see any footprints?
I would have to go back and examine those better to see if I mean, I guess some of the stains potentially could have looked like prints of some kind.
So I was talking about shoe prints there. Did you see footprints?
No, it was shoes.
But you saw no footprints.
I would have to go back and look at the photos.
Investigator Johnson, who testified right before you, said that she saw a footprint without toes. Did you see what she saw?
I didn't examine those photographs as closely as she did, so I wouldn't be able to say.
Did you see any wiping in the blue star?
I do believe that in some of the photos I saw what looked like smearing, maybe.
Smearing. And what about like swipes?
Swipes and wipes are usually described in bloodstain pattern analysis of stains that you would see on a wall.
Right.
But on the floor where you're cleaning it up, I'm saying more of like if someone was to take it and do this on the floor as they're trying to clean it. So yes, a swipe or a wipe would be a bloodstain pattern term, yes.
And you saw that?
There were areas where I saw, like if something had been moved around, yes.
What about slippage? Did you see slippage?
As far as on the body,
On the floor of the blue star.
I don't know, I was not looking at that.
What do you know what leucocrystal violet is?
Leucocrystal violet is also a blood reagent that is used to enhance blood. It's a light purple color.
Did you use that?
No, I did not.
Have you ever used it?
I have in training, yes, I have. We just recently purchased it and received it, so we have not been able to use it on the scene yet, but I have used it in training as well as at the NFA.
And it makes these patterns in the blue star easier to see, right?
It enhances blood, kind of like blue star, except it's a purple color, or a needle black, does the same thing.
And Chattanooga Police Department just got this technology?
We received it, yes.
And is this a new technology?
It is not, but we've been using the same kind of chemicals for a long time, and as prices change and as money becomes available, we're trying to upgrade what we have available to us as investigators. So now, yes, we do have leucocrystal violet or LCV.
So with more funds, you can do better investigations.
With more funds, we can buy more to assist in investigations, yes.
You walked, so you came after a blue star application had already been applied,
That's correct.
and you walked through the scene?
I with booties applied, yes.
Would blood go on the booties? If there was blood on the floor, would your booties soak up the blood?
If there was pools of blood or fresh blood, yes, it's potentially yes, you would pick it up.
What about dry blood?
Usually, it doesn't just pick up and move around with dry blood.
What if the carpet was damp with cleaning materials?
I don't believe I mean, is it possible? I can't say it's out of the realm of possibility, but the investigators walking around don't make singular drops on the ground.
It's possible for even crime scene investigators to contaminate a scene, right?
Not saying it's impossible.
Let me ask you about these the handcuffs and shackles that you described. Were these the kind of handcuffs that law enforcement used?
I wouldn't know. I've seen several different types, brands, makes, models of handcuffs.
Did you collect these handcuffs into evidence?
I did.
Okay. Were they lightweight or heavy?
They were decently heavy.
Okay. One of the handcuffs had the key attached to it.
I believe it was the handcuffs.
Yeah, you had talked about a chain, right?
Mhm.
Then what was on the end of that chain?
On the shackle, I don't recall what was at the end of the shackle part. The handcuffs had keys hanging from it, from the middle.
Was there a mechanism on the handcuff, a button you could press that would instantly release it?
I didn't fidget with the handcuffs. I took the swabs and I secured them.
I don't want to know if you fidgeted with it.
No, I don't. I don't touch the mechanisms on it in case that was going to be sent off for testing.
I'm not asking you if you touched the mechanism or see if the mechanism worked. I'm just asking you, did you observe the mechanism? Did you see the button on there?
I don't recall that.
Just one moment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Schubert.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Mrs. Schubert? question was basically asking for information about the question process. If you recall, we went over this in the preliminary jury instructions where you were advised you would be allowed to ask questions. The question was, the questions not asked, are they denied by the judge or the attorney? If you recall those preliminary jury instructions, there are lots of reasons a question might not be asked or be asked in different language. It might be unfair to the defendant. State answering the question. That the question might be better answered by another witness. The question might not be asked because the parties have agreed that that's not relevant to this case. So the takeaway is that you can't speculate on why any question was asked or not asked or asked in different language, because doing so would definitely be unfair to one side or the other. So you can't speculate because it could be not asked for a very important reason or not so important reason. So don't speculate about it, okay? One of the questions was regarded DNA, fingerprints found on the suitcase, the victim's body, trash bags, handcuffs, and shackles. Another witness coming later may answer some of those questions for you. Oh, counsel approached. Question at the bottom of this. There was another question on the bottom of this I didn't catch the first time. The question is, was the victim drug tested? That answer will also come in through a different witness. All right, Ms. Schubert, the jury has a question for you. I'm going to read the question. If you could face the jury and answer, please. What was the significance of collecting the gray quarter zip shirt?
I can't, at the time, I was not aware. I know in Detective Cottrell from Homicide they had been out looking earlier that day at different leads. And when she came back, she said that it was of value, that quarter zip was, and that they needed it collected. So I re-entered the apartment. I hadn't left the scene yet, and collected that item that she had requested.
Any redirect based on the jury's questions? Any redirect? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You missed it. General Sergeant, please.
Take call Greg Martis, Your Honor.
Swear from the testimony that you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I did.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Gregory Mardis, M-A-R-D-I-S.
Sir, are you working anymore currently?
I am retired from the Chattanooga Police Department.
How long did you work for the Chattanooga Police Department?
25 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience with any other agencies besides CPD?
Yes, I was a sheriff's deputy at Madison County Sheriff's Department in Jackson, Tennessee for 5 years before that.
So all in 30 years in law enforcement.
That's correct.
What was your last duty assignment with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was an investigator assigned to the crime scene unit at the police department.
What were your general duties and responsibilities back in late November of 2022?
As a crime scene investigator, our duties were to respond to scenes, record them with photography, video. We also were assigned additional duties of collecting evidence, things like that.
And specifically on the 30th of November 2022, were you working as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, I was.
On that day, did you respond to a particular location to collect any evidence?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where you were sent to?
Detective Slaughter had called me and asked me to respond over to the homicide unit office, and I went over there.
For what purpose?
He wanted me to collect a DNA sample from the parents of the victim.
And what type of sample did you collect?
I collected buccal swabs, which is a swab of the inside of the cheek. The skin on the inside of your mouth is very soft and soft cells easily, so it's a good source for DNA.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 193. Tell me if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
Where did that item come from?
That is a swab from Katrina Pace.
Who collected that swab?
I collected that.
At the homicide office?
That's correct.
On what day?
November the 30th,
You're right.
2022.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit item 193 into evidence.
So admitted.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 194. You seen that before?
Yes, I have.
And what is that?
This is a buccal swab from Travis Pace.
And, sir, where was that collected?
That was collected at the homicide office as well.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit that item into evidence.
So admitted for 194.
Did you go to another location on that day to work on the homicide of Miss Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what location you were sent to?
I was asked to respond out to 5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Were you told what that location was?
I was told that this was the location that the victim resided at.
And what was the purpose of going to that particular location?
That location had already been searched prior, and they wanted me to collect a known sample for DNA for the victim from that location.
So what types of things would you, as a crime scene investigator, attempt to collect for known samples of DNA from somebody?
I was looking for something that would be specific to the victim. As I said earlier, the inside of the mouth is an excellent source for DNA. I collected the victim's toothbrush from her toothbrush holder. I also collected a second toothbrush from a bag that was on the bed. I located a hair clip with some hair attached to it. Collected that. And I also collected a stick of deodorant.
Specifically, sir, were you able to collect a toothbrush from a shower in a pool house?
Yes, that's correct.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been, can I have a DVD, Judge? I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 17. I'm going to focus in and zoom in on the bottom. Do you recognize that object?
Yes, that's the shower stall in the pool house.
Do you see the toothbrush that you collected in this photograph?
It's in the very back, against the back wall there.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 195. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is that item?
This is that toothbrush that we were just looking at in the photograph.
And you collected it from the Pace residence on Old Dayton Pike?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move 195.
So admitted.
You mentioned another toothbrush.
That's correct.
I'm handing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 196. Recognize 196.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the toothbrush that was collected from the bag on the bed in the pool house.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move 196 into evidence. Thank you. Now, sir, as part of your duties and responsibilities as a crime scene investigator, do you from time to time transport items to the TBI crime laboratory?
That's correct, we do.
And why do they have y'all transport items from the Chattanooga Police property room to the TBI crime laboratory?
Anything, whatever testing they may be needing done at TBI, we transport it up there personally in order to ensure security.
Okay. And sir, after you collected those toothbrushes that are now in evidence as 195 and 196, did you receive further instructions that day?
Yes, I did.
Where is that?
I was instructed to place these items into property, which I did. They're items 49 through 52. I then checked those items along with several other items out and transported them to the TBI lab in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. Specifically, sir, did you transport various samples of carpet? Items 6 and 9.
6 and 9 were transported, yes.
Okay, and that's the CPD property numbers?
Yes.
And did you also transport a buccal swab of Jason Chen, item 46?
Item 46, yes, that's correct.
The buccal swabs of Travis Pace and Katrina Pace?
Yes, that's correct.
And those 2 toothbrushes as well?
Yes.
Did you deliver them to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory in Knoxville?
Yes, I did.
I'd now like to ask you about your activities on or about December the 7th, 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
I was again working as a crime scene investigator.
And on that day, were you sent to a location to perform crime scene duties?
Yes, I was.
Specifically on the 7th day of December, what were you asked to do?
I responded to the homicide unit offices. Once there, I was requested to fingerprint Mr. Chen and also to collect a hair sample from him.
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
So you went to the crime scene office to collect a fingerprint from Jason Chen.
That's correct.
Do you see the person named Jason Chen in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Please describe what they're wearing.
Plaid tie, blue suit.
Let the record reflect identification.
So, look,
Person witness?
yes, he does.
Sir, I'm handing you a collection of photographs. Do you recognize the individuals in these photographs? And without showing.
Objection. So, you're going to look at that just like that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the individuals in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who's depicted in this photograph?
Myself, Mr. Chen, and Investigator Puckett.
Was this image created at the time that you were doing something?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing?
I was fingerprinting Mr. Chen at that time.
For identification.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this exhibit is going to be entered for identification only. That means, as you might have gathered, we're keeping a record of everything. It's part of the record, but it will not be something that goes back to each of the jurors. There's no reason to speculate on why that's the case, but legally, this witness has identified Jason Chen from the photograph. During the process, we personally witnessed and participated in the printing, getting labels from the defendant, Jason Chen.
How does one take fingerprints, sir?
I'm sorry.
collected?
196.
Negative, 197. Okay. 196 was a toothbrush from the bag on the bed. That track yours, General?
It does that.
I bet it would throw us all off.
I'm sorry.
What do you have for toothbrush from the bag on the bed? As
I see 196.
196? This is 197 for ID only.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to take a fingerprint, sir.
I use black printer's ink. I'll put the ink on the person's fingers, on the ridges on the fingers, and then that's transferred onto a cardboard card.
Is there any information that is placed at the top of the card?
Our complaint number, the person's name.
And who is responsible for placing that information onto the card that you just described?
Us doing the fingerprint.
So in this particular case, on the 7th of December, you were?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as 198 and 199. Do you recognize these two items?
Yes, these are the copies of the fingerprint cards.
Okay, and 198 consists of 2 pages, as does 199.
That's correct.
Okay. You said these are copies of the cards. What cards are you talking about?
The cards that I collected his fingerprints on.
When you say his,
Who are you talking about?
Mr. Chen.
Okay. The individual you identified earlier?
Yes.
are they fair and accurate copies of the fingerprint cards that you collected from Mr. Chen?
Yes, they are.
Is the information contained at the top consistent with the person being fingerprinted and you doing the collecting on the 7th of December, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence item 198 and 199.
So admitted.
You have the document there, Your Honor?
Sir.
All right, sir. So there are several different areas that are pink, and they have writing on it, and it looks like a circle. Could you please orient the jury to what we're looking at and what is placed in each one of those various sections of the print card?
I got the information at the top, like we said. My name and badge number. This is the index, and here we have the circled which hand it is.
So these prints were taken from the left hand of Mr. Chen.
That's correct. This is the left index finger. This is called a writer's impression. That is this section of the hand right here, like that. And that's how I take that. I put that on the card just like that. And then down here is a palm print where the hand is placed flat on the card and pushed down.
Okay. And on the second page of Exhibit 199, we see this. Could you please tell us what we're looking at here?
Okay, so this is each finger, starting with the thumb, and this is what you've probably seen on television before of someone being fingerprinted. It's where each section of the finger is rolled onto the card. So that's the upper part of each finger. All right. So there's your thumb, index, middle, ring, and little finger. Then this is part of the finger below the upper part and down to the center part of the finger right there. And then these up here, I would do the tips of the fingers, rolling them from side to side to get the very tip part up here, to try to get as much detail as possible on each of these fingerprints.
And did you do that for Mr. Chen's right hand as well,
Yes.
using the same procedure that you just described?
Same type of card, same procedure.
What did you do with the print cards, 198, 199, that you collected from Mr. Chen?
Those were turned over to Sergeant Franklin, who was the supervisor of our APHIS unit, who actually does our fingerprint comparisons.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor?
Ross?
No questions for this witness.
Jury, have any questions for Investigator Marks? All right, thank you, sir. May I step in? Our next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Jerry McElroy. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Jerry McElroy.
And sir, how do you spell your last name for the court reporter?
M-C-E-L-R-O-Y.
Sir, I'd like to take you to December the 7th. Were you working as a crime scene investigator on that day?
Yes, sir.
And were you present for the fingerprinting of Mr. Jason Chen?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe Mr. Greg Martis collect fingerprints from Jason Chen?
Yes, sir, I did.
You see Mr. Chen in the courtroom.
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you please describe what he's wearing for the jury?
Looks like a navy jacket, plaid tie, light blue shirt, glasses.
Thank you, sir. In addition to observing the fingerprinting of Mr. Jason Chen, were you working on the 7th day of July 2023?
Yes, sir.
On that day, did you have an occasion to take items of evidence from the from the Chattanooga Police Department to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Knoxville?
11 items, yes, sir.
Do you recall the 11 items?
10 of them were swabs and one was a tile backing.
Tile backerboard?
Backerboard, yes, sir. But I don't recall each individual swab.
Sure. So when you're talking about the tile backerboard, was it a large object?
Yes, sir. I think it was a little bit heavy, too.
A little bit heavy? Sir, did you transport this item to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Knoxville?
Yes, that's item 199. That's what I transported.
Okay. And you mentioned a large number of swabs.
Correct.
Specifically, sir? Specifically, sir? Specifically, sir, did you transport these group of swabs consisting of Exhibit 189, swabs from the suitcase, from the garbage bag full areas, 188 swabs from the second garbage bag, 187 swabs from the outermost garbage bag, swab from the pull handle of the suitcase, swab from the shackles, swab from handcuffs.
That's all 10 items, and yes, sir.
So that's what you transported to the DPI crime lab on July the 23rd. I'm sorry, July the 11th, 2023.
This is 6 of the 10 swabs that I transported.
Okay. Did you also transport CPD item 196 and 197 being swaps from under the carpet and foam on the 110 Tremont Street?
May I refer to my chain of custody as I didn't have all of the property numbers and their descriptions memorized up on them. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. What items did you transport to the TBI crime lab?
I transported item 61.
Which is?
It's a swap. It's not in this.
Swab's not around here too, John.
Yes. Swap from the Chevy Equinox steering wheel, Judge. Chen was admitted into evidence.
You got it 180. Do you have the indicted?
It's item 180,
I've
Judge.
got it 180.
Item 61, did you transport that to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you transport exhibit 190, which is item 142, to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you transport exhibit 186, which is item 126, to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you transport exhibit 191, which is item 143, to the TBI crime lab?
Item 191.
No, sir. Exhibit 191, item 143.
Correct. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. How about exhibit 187, item 139, to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir, it is.
How about exhibit 188, which is item 140, to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir, it is.
How about exhibit 189, item 141 on your list? Did you take that to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, sir, it is.
How about item 193,
Yes, sir.
which is a buccal swab of Katrina Pace? How about item number, exhibit 174, which is item number 193, a blood spot card from Jasmine Pace?
Yes, sir.
How about item 194, which is item 48, a buccal swab from Travis Pace?
The item number again, please.
48?
Yes.
And that's all. I have no further questions.
Did you get the backboard already?
The backer board, Your Honor, is, it's right here, item 160, exhibit 161.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Cross?
Any questions for this case?
Do you have any questions for Investigator Maxwell? Maxwell, the jury has a question. I'll ask it if you can face them when answering it, okay? Are the items you transported to the TBI different than the items that Investigator Martis transported?
I believe so. I haven't seen what he transported because I was responsible for what I transported. So without referring to what he transported, I can't tell you that. I apologize. But there is a record of chain of custody of what he took to the lab and what I took to the lab.
I think I'm going to ask a follow-up on this one on my own. It's customary for one investigator to transport items to the TBI, correct?
We have a designated person that takes items to the lab. However, we need that person may need a vacation, a day off, or whatever. So, or there's something that needs to go up in an emergency. So basically, all the crime scene investigators are trained in the process of taking items to the lab. It's simply signing them out of the property division, the chain of custody form. Once you sign them out, you secure them in your vehicle, you take them to the lab, and you give the item to the lab with the lab request form from the lead investigator. So it's not a complicated process.
They want to follow up with that?
Go ahead, Judge.
Okay. Any? Ross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Investigator Michael. Conceding you.
Your Honor, the state's next witness should be pretty brief, if we could get through the long witness.
Absolutely. Sure. Again, we worked a little, we stopped a little earlier last night. Like we talked about when we were doing jury selection, sometimes we'll have a day where we have to go over a little bit, get through the witnesses who are available to testify today. That's the case tonight, so go ahead and call your next witness, Chen.
Your Honor, the state would call Rachel Bakalets.
I do swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hello. Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name since it's a little bit interesting?
Rachel Bakalets, B-A-K-A-L-E-T-Z.
All right. And Ms. Bakalets, can you let the jury know where you're currently employed?
Yes, I'm currently employed with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, as a special agent in the Digital Forensic Unit.
And when did you join TBI?
I joined TBI in September of 2024.
Where did you work before you joined the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
One place that I worked before Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was Chattanooga Police Department.
How long were you at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was at Chattanooga Police Department for about 10 months.
What did you do before the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was a student at East Tennessee State University, where I got my bachelor's and master's degree in computer science.
Okay, so you went from the computer science degree to the Chattanooga Police Department in the Digital Forensics Unit.
That's correct.
Can you describe for the jury what, and you're currently in the Digital Forensic Unit at TBI as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what the Digital Forensics Unit is?
So the Digital Forensic Unit will download and extract data from digital devices
They'll also do things like get video and other types of digital evidence like that.
So what types of extractions would you commonly do for the Chattanooga Police Department when you were there?
So some of the types of extractions I would do would be SIM cards, mobile phones, sometimes tablets, and occasionally we do computers, laptops, desktops.
Would you do extractions at the request of an investigator?
That's correct. All of our downloads were worked as part of requests for different investigations.
Do you recall being involved at all in the case of State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen?
Yes, I do. That's correct.
Were you asked by the lead investigator to review any type of digital evidence in that case?
Yes, I was asked to review the SIM card for that case.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's already been labeled Exhibit 166. See, do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize that.
What is that?
That is the evidence bag that contained the SIM card that I was requested to process.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can I have DVD? And did you get that item out of property?
Yes, I got the item out of property at Chattanooga Police.
And so explain that to the jury. When an investigator asks you to do something, what's your next step?
So when the investigator makes the initial request to digitally examine a device or item, we would then go to the property department at Chattanooga Police and sign out or check out the item, take it back to the lab, and process the item as requested.
Did you do that in this case with the item in front of you?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any record on the item in front of you that you have checked that out and opened it to review its belongings, its content?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So what that would be a report that was generated from the forensic examination and the downloading of the item, which was the SIM card.
I'm sorry, Agent. I meant actually on the physical bag there. Is there anything that represents that you have opened that and
So sorry.
I know it's okay, reviewed its contents?
Yes, my initials on the evidence tape would indicate that I opened the item for some reason and then closed the item and sealed it back with evidence tape.
Is that typical in the CPD protocol to initial when you've opened a piece of evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We do initial when we seal the piece of evidence back.
And are your initials on that bag?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and then so now let's go to the report. So did you review what's in the contents of this bag?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is a SIM card.
Okay, and when you review a SIM card, what do you do with it?
When we review the SIM cards, we'll typically plug them. So we'll start a program and we'll plug a adapter up to a computer. And the program will forensically extract and download the data that's on the device. In this case, it was a SIM card.
I'm going to show you what's already been marked as State's Exhibit 167. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the SIM card that I was requested to examine and download.
Is it in that bag in front of you? Well, was it in that bag?
Yes.
Okay, and will you turn around and look at the screen for me? Is that the same photo that you have in your hand?
Yes.
What do those numbers represent on a SIM card like that?
Those numbers are the ICC ID, and they just represent the unique value that is assigned to that specific SIM card.
Is it almost like a VIN number for a vehicle?
It's similar to that, yes.
When you examine digital evidence like this for an investigator, do you issue a report?
That's correct. We do write a report for any item that comes through our lab.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Also, when you insert the SIM card into your program, does the program actually generate a report about that SIM card as well?
Yes, the program will generate a report about the item.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
Show you two documents. You'll just take a look at them. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
The one that's in your hand right now, what is that?
This is the report that would be generated from our program, and this would then be printed off.
Okay, and then the next one?
This is the report that I wrote about the contents of the SIM card, what happened during the processing of the SIM card. This is for the investigator to kind of just have a summary of what happened with the item.
And did you give that to the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be moved into evidence as next to exhibit. I'll write them on there if someone.
Exhibit 200 and 201.
Okay. 200 will be your report. 201 will be the extraction report. So I'll show you on the screen behind you. Exhibit 200, is this your report that you would have delivered to Investigator Crawford?
Yes.
And can you, there's a laser here. I'll use the laser and I'll ask you the questions about it. So what is this identifier number?
So that identifier number is the ICC ID. That's going to be the same number that is printed physically on the SIM card that we can see. And that is just the unique number that's identifying that specific SIM card.
So that would be the same number as here?
That's correct.
Correct? Okay. And then what does this indicate?
That number is going to indicate the phone number that was extracted off of the SIM card.
Does that mean that that's the phone number that is directly connected with that SIM card?
That's correct.
And then provider?
The provider is just going to be the cellular network provider, so something like Verizon or T-Mobile, that also comes directly from the SIM card.
Okay, and is this the examination report that is generated from the download itself into the program?
Yes.
Okay, and ICC ID, again, what is that?
That is the unique number that is printed physically on the SIM card. That's just identifying the specific SIM card.
And that's the same number from your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then down here, parameter name and number, what does that represent?
That's just going to represent the unique phone number that is connected to the SIM card. And that was forensically extracted from the SIM card.
So that SIM card belongs to the phone number 423-664-2024.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
No questions. Do you have any questions, Mrs. Bakalets? Ms. Bakalets, thanks for dropping in.
Thanks so much.
Any more witnesses tonight, Jimmy?
No.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 6:20. We went over a little bit today, but we needed to get through the witnesses who were only available for today. We're gonna let you go. I really like the barbecue at the place you're going to tonight. So, hopefully everyone will try that too. Again, I must remind you your admonition not to discuss the case with anyone, yourself, among yourselves, until it's time to deliberate. So with that,
Let me just say before we cut you loose, one, did we get everything taken care of tomorrow? 3 cases. All right.
you'll be here at 9:15. We'll start at 9:30. There are a few things on the docket we got to take care of. So we'll see you at 9:31.
matters to be taken up by either party before we adjourn tonight? Okay, who we go doing tomorrow? Do we know? Thank you. Court's adjourned until 9 a.m.
I just need 3 minutes. Okay. You need to speak, you just come in and no problem.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready.